Welcome to the original Next Level Gaming.
What is going on? Actually, what the hell is going on with our chat? Our chat's broken.
What?
It's not broken because of anything I did. It's gone. Look at it. It's not broken because of anything I did. Good Lord. What the hell?
I can see the chat.
Well, you can see the chat, but on the screen, it's all screwed up. Hold on. Let me see something. It's always got to be something, man. It's always... There we go. All right.
There it is.
Ken, what's going on, everybody?
Give it a kick in the pants.
That's right. It is Tuesday night, and that means it is time for the original Next Level Gaming. And what is go? Do you see what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah.
What?
He's dying.
Oh my God! It's always got to be something. And I didn't even do anything this time. Hang on. Let me let's do this. Shut down source and invisible. It's something's fault. All right, let's see if that helps. So, well, but that's all right because chat, you guys all know what you're doing. If I've got to turn it off for a night, I got to turn it off for a night. It's okay. So we have got a stacked up show tonight, and it is going to be fantastic. And we've got a couple of great guests with us. Two guys that are making their NLG debut here with us. We've got Sir X-Man and from the great TSWS Gaming, Ham Solo himself, the man on Thursday nights. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the show. Thanks for hanging out with us. While you guys say hi, I'm gonna keep working on the damn chat because I don't know what the hell's going on.
Hola.
No. Hopefully, I will figure this out. Here, refresh browser when scene becomes active. There we go. I might just have to mess with it a little bit.
Just do that all night long.
Just do that all night long. Why is the chat flashing and why am I having... Yeah. So.
All night
still broken.
long.
I was gonna do that, but I said I'm not gonna do it. I told myself I'm not.
All night long.
Mm-hmm. All night.
Everyone you meet, they're
Gotta
dancing
vibe.
in the street,
The street all night long.
All night.
Once you start chatting, you can't sit down. Oh, sorry. All right.
Oh, you're getting it.
I'm not touching that.
Believe it or not, that's a song I do with one of my bands. I'm a big Lionel Richie Commodores fan.
Let's
Big
go.
Lionel Richie Commodore fans. So,
I should have worn a Megadeth shirt.
oh, that would have been good. So, all
What's up,
right,
Dre?
man. Yeah, he said he was coming to hang out. I appreciate that. And we, of course, Chris is off tonight, so it's just me and Peter flying solo from the NLG side. Peter, what's up, brother?
Man, busy day at work this whole week. Ready for weekend already. So don't ask me what was last weekend. It's gonna be probably the same as this weekend. It's like,
That's
my
like
weekends are almost busier than during the week. During the week I can sit down. During the weekend I'm like, all over the place. But
That's what happens.
Yeah. at least at night, I still get my gaming in. Addicted to Elder Scrolls Online. Such a good time.
Yeah, you are addicted to that, man.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
It's your fault. It's all your fault for that stream last week. It's your fault.
Well,
Just own it, Myke. Just own it.
All I said was, hey, the developer direct's going to talk about Elder Scrolls Online. We ought to try it.
Yeah, better,
better
check out what the
see
main
what
game
it's
is
all about.
And we did.
We did. And then,
I can't escape.
100 hours later.
I've been waiting to meet some people that were into that game. I've just yet to meet anybody, and it's nice to meet some people that are into that game, because maybe you guys can help me understand how that game has gone on for this long and why it would be interesting for a person that's never played it before, like myself. I'm sorry, I'm a natural question asker. That's just what I do.
No, it's great.
So have you played Skyrim?
Please. I mean, yeah, I've played some Skyrim. I mean, to be real, I haven't played Skyrim until I haven't started it since. I mean, I've played it recently, but I got into it like, I want to say in like November, and I have about like 25 to 30 hours into it right now. I love going around slaying the dragons. Super duper fun. I like it a lot, but I mean, I got a ton of stuff that I'm playing right now, so it's hard for me to sit still, and I'm trying to maintain my base in Ark Survival Evolved, which is a nonstop grind. So, so yeah, I'm wondering, as somebody that does get connected with one specific game, because obviously, if you're into a game like Ark, you're connected with that game, and you're almost only playing that game because of how, you know, that is. So tell me how it is with ESO, and like what brings you back to that world so consistently.
It's huge. The quest so far is still interesting. I mean, the diversity of terrain and characters you meet. The online is good too. It's only PvP if you want to. They have certain arenas or whatever. I don't know. I haven't dabbled into that. So it's all PvE, and people are helping you out if they walk by and they see you fighting, and you do the same thing. And so, yeah, it is social.
So you can venture off and do your own thing. But
you can do your own thing.
People
even
will
when you're
randomly just come around.
Yeah, I mean, the world is alive. That's probably why this game keeps on going too. It's like there are always like strangers around, or at least not that far away.
That is something that's neat to experience. Like you could just be off doing your own quest. It was kind of like, do you remember Fable?
Yeah.
All right, remember like you could be in Fable, mostly Fable 3, and you could just be off doing your own thing, and then somebody could, you know, come and pop in and hook up with you to do a quest or trade with you and stuff like that, and then go on their merry way. It's like that, but with thousands of people around you. Like the areas, there's
so you're
no,
just
like,
saying it's like Skyrim but online.
It's
and much bigger.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And
you
it's
can also fight
wild.
dragons. Fought a dragon this week.
Can you fly dragons?
Can I fly dragons? I don't think you can. I've not seen anybody flying a dragon.
Is
Maybe
there
that's
any
for the
kind
next
of tames,
expansion.
or is there anything that you like tame or mount or purchase?
There are tons of different mounts available. Some of them you might get through whatever means, either like by redeeming every day. I don't know. Somehow I have like two mounts, I think. Maybe one was an Amazon Prime horse. I don't know. I don't know how I got that horse, but I got a horse. It's purple and looks pretty cool. But I've seen like camels running around, and
so they're
a whole
all
bunch
animals.
of different kind of animals, like, you know, bears and other
cool.
stuff.
Last quick thing to wrap this up, because I feel like I'm grabbing onto your show. I'm sorry, but I'm
no.
curious about this stuff.
You have.
But,
you've watched our show. You know what this is about. You know what this is.
Yeah.
Talk topics for like an hour.
If anything, I feel like we got time. So,
no, we got time.
So
the question is, do you have time? That's the
Oh, I absolutely have time. I just got off of work. I'm cool. Family's sleeping. I got time.
Cool.
So
I told Peter in the background. I told Peter in the background we might go 5 hours a night.
So, I mean, it is what it is. But last question I have, just to kind of tie a bow on the end of this, is like, so with all that being said, what is this last DLC that just got, that's supposed to be coming out in June, right? Is it June?
Yes.
See. Is it June? It's somewhere down there, I think.
Yeah. So what's this new DLC gonna have for somebody that, like, maybe I'm waiting for the new stuff to kind of get in there, or am I just way behind on this stuff and I need to get in now?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, the main game is so big that I'm still like, each time like like you can queue up to 25 quests at a time, and I'm like still full, and each time like I finish one and there's one person like, oh, I need some help or I need some whatever. And off I go and I'm full again. So I'm not ready for any expansions at this point in time. And I don't know if I
like
ever
this
will.
game is too big right now. I feel you.
Yeah.
That's exactly how Ark is. I feel you on that, man. I feel you.
And that's
I'm wondering
why
if it's, those extensions or expansions are really for the people who live and breathe this game day in, day out. And they want to have some new stuff to do. If you just start out, it's like, I don't know.
And see, that's why I waited so long to get into it, is because I remember those days of getting sucked into these online MMOs. Like, I wasn't a World of Warcraft guy, but I played a lot of EverQuest Online Adventures on the PS2. And it took a lot of my life. And so I'm afraid I've been afraid to get into this until now, because I was afraid of how much time I would get sucked in on this. But what I found is you're not behind if you start now, because you can either get in with a bunch of people who have also just started getting in, or you can go off and adventure on your own and then find some people to hang with and quest with that might be, way over, but they want to help people do quests and stuff. Like, there's the community is great.
But you also have those world events, so bigger events, and some smaller fighting events where you kind of have to team up in order to slay some of those bigger enemies. And I don't, so far I've only done really quests and not those events. So once you've done all the quests and the main quest, then you can still do that too, probably for quite some time before you need another expansion.
Well, then you've got all the DLC if you want to get into any of the DLCs. And this latest DLC,
exactly. Yeah.
This latest DLC actually takes you back to Morrowind from the OG days. And that's
the only thing is, I think you have to do it within 30 days after you activate it. And I don't know what that is all about. It's like, what the hell?
I don't know. But they give you a lot of this. I mean, there's some of this stuff you have to pay for, but they give you a lot of this stuff for free.
Well, and here's the thing, is like your inventory slots are pretty limited unless you pay.
Right.
Which is like, so sometimes it's a little like, I hate those games where inventory management is like 50% of the game. Like, oh, do I keep this or not? I'm like a collector. Like, oh, I see something, I pick something up. It's what I said on last week's. Was it last week's show? Or maybe I just online in the.
It was while we were streaming last week. It's like
during the tutorial, I was already overburned by picking up stuff left and right. Probably probably not, not very useful stuff. But
I know that feeling. I feel that way when I play Star Trek Online too, which is a big MMO. That's the one I play. That's my thing. It's the same thing. I'm running out of storage, and I don't want to pay for more storage. Every time I pick up something that I want to put in my inventory, I either got to scrap it or delete it from my inventory to make room for a higher class, for the ship, for my people that go on land and all this stuff. And it's just sad. I wish they would just put it in game where if you build up enough in-game credit that you can get new storage instead of going and pay for the new storage. I don't like that. I wish they would fix that in these games.
But with ESO, you also have a concept of like a banker, so you can drop in stuff. And
we got that too on Star Trek. Yes, we have.
Yeah,
that
and basically, if you do your crafting materials in it, then whenever you want to craft it, automatically withdraws, which is cool. So you don't have to go to the bank. But then they also have like certain creatures, like there's like one big crow. He's a banker, and you can call that up, and it's like your mobile bank. So then you don't have to go to a physical location. And
if I go inside,
but you have to pay for that again.
And if I go inside my ship, I can enter my bank, and most of the time you spend it outside the ship. But if you can go, your bank is in the ship, so you go into there, then you go into your ready room, and then your bank is in your ship, so you can manage it there too. Or you can go to a space station and manage it there too. But a space station gives you more advantage because you can go to the people that have ship upgrades and different ships, and then see if you want to get another ship. But they want you to pay for the ships too, a bigger, better ship. I'm like, come on, I don't do that until they got a deal, because you got to buy their coin to get it.
I guess that's how they make their money. But before I forget, DragonHeartYOBY sent a
he wants me to read it. He wants me to read it.
All right, Mike, go for it.
NLG is for the streets. Myke pimps NLG out. That's from Twitter today. I think I was, or it was from yesterday. I was talking about. You guys all saw that crazy lady on Twitter that told everybody not to buy a USB microphone, and everybody was calling her out. You guys all saw that?
Yeah. It's also like if you ever for driver ed and stuff, you don't drive anything but like a Ferrari, man. You need the best and the fastest.
Right.
I got a USB mic headset. I don't have a problem with mine.
No. This is you know what this is? This is what she was doing was she was saying if you're going to buy a USB mic, don't. Like, not, hey, here's something better. Here's some alternatives. Here's what I like. No, she was like, don't buy one. And then she started listing all these microphones you should buy. They're like these $200 Shure SM57s. And I'm like, well, yeah, if I made this my career and I could afford a Shure microphone for $200 and change, of course I would. But
did you do one of these numbers where there's a link in the description for you to link to it and buy it, so she gets a profit out of it?
Oh, yeah. I didn't even check to see if those were. All she was. It was like
my affiliate link.
You got to use look at the fine print, man.
Yep. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So I said, I had a comment about it, and I said, Mike's Hot Take Monday, because apparently yesterday I was full of them. And then I said, I think this is the point in which I also tweet out, and if you like this, come to NLG and I'll just pimp my channel. And that caught Yoby's eye. So Yoby, it's a white guy using the word pimp. So
love you, Yoby. Yoby's my dude, man.
Yoby's cool. Awesome. I love Yoby. So anyway, guys, I don't know what the ever loving hell is up with the chat on screen tonight. I'm sorry it's not showing up. There's something wrong with the chat overlay that we usually use, and I don't know why. So it's possible that it got outdated when OBS, because you know what? OBS updated itself, and I'm betting that what I'd been using no longer really works. So just for tonight, guys, I'm going to turn off that. Everybody, we see you in the chat. And by the way, because I want to get going with talking to getting our brother's history here, Brother X and Brother Ham. Welcome in, Brian. Driz is here. Driz is one of the first ones in. Flamish was here for a minute, but he's, I think he's like 8 hours ahead of us. So I think he stopped in for a second before his head hit the pillow.
Hours.
All right, so I was close. So he's going to sleep. Brother Rich, Bacon Ice Cream Productions in the house. Brother Sean is here. What's up, Sean? Sean's been tweeting out some videos about his hair care products. I'm actually mildly entertained by that, Sean. Brother Gogo is here. We have some new folks who I think came and followed you over, Brother Ham. We got Gogo. He was here last week. More Halo good news. I can't wait. I don't know. This might not be your show tonight, Gogol. General Spartan 27.
Isn't,
well,
I don't know if I said
tonight.
to him.
General Spartan 27. Welcome. He said finally made it to a live show. Welcome. Dre Watson, who said earlier, Ham, after you had retweeted it out, that he was going to come and check us out. Welcome. Hope that you like it tonight. And stick around. Grandmaster Clown X3. Good to see you. And then, of course, Yobi with the wonderful super chat. Brother Masshole is in the house. What just happened is here. I think that I saw DeBlue is here. And DeBlue said he's been hanging out and playing some ESO with us. And he also said, who also told me he plays Centurion. Centurion told me over on Gaming Beyond the Box, he's got like 6,000 some odd hours in the game. He's like level 5,000 or something craziness. So he said anytime he wants, we won, he'll come in and hit up with us. Brother, it's Timmy is in the house. What's up, it's Timmy?
The blue has that banker crow, which is very handy a few times.
Yes, indeed. Brother EverCanadian is in the house. GUG, Brother EverCanadian. Brother Pete's in the house. We got Dreadpool. Dread is here. Another one that watches from work, which we love.
Are we sure that the YouTube chat is broken? Because I don't see half the people that you mentioned. And I feel bad because I always say welcome. And I can't find them even when I scroll up. So
no, I've got it. It's working. It's working the regular chat. It's just the on-screen chat.
I'm saying about the regular chat. I'm missing people.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Canadian Gamer, Brother Canadian said, just watched a strange hair removal ad when I clicked on the screen. It kind of piqued my interest. Brother Relic's in the house.
I'm not touching that.
Right? Sister Ventress, Lady Ventress is here. Papa Pete. What's up, Papa Pete? Cousin Born is in the house. We got I tell you what, we are hopping tonight.
I sent out the back call on Twitter, bro.
Yeah, yes you did. You guys both did. So, all right. So, gentlemen, this is the part of the show that I love. So, we've gotten to see you guys out on Twitter, and X, you've hung out in a couple of our party chats. You were hanging out with our stream last week for a little bit. Brother Ham, you've been in our chat. We've watched you over on your show, but this is the part of this part of the show I love the most. When we get to know you guys, get to learn about you guys, and kind of want to hear. And tell you what, Ham, we'll start with you. Technically, you were the first one to sign up to guest tonight, so we're gonna go with you first. Plus, H starts before S. I'm sorry, X. So Ham, what we want to do is we'll learn about the gaming history, the young solo coming up, what you did gaming. Like, we hear a lot of it on They Said We Said, which is a great show. And by the way, while you're doing that, I want to tell everybody about your special show coming up this Thursday because I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
And I bet you are too. I'm excited for you. So give us the ham solo gaming history. What you grow up on? What do you like? Obviously, you asked us about Elder Scrolls, but give us the rundown.
Man, I'm just like looking over at my past right now because I have several stacks of games around here. Loving the history that I went through. I'm an 80s baby, but a 90s kid, right?
All right.
So I first ever played, like the first console was just the NES. It was the Nintendo Entertainment System. That was the first one I played, but that wasn't the first one I cared about. That's just like what like sparked the interest, kind of like, oh, gaming's something. That's cool. And then the next thing that I ended up owning, which was passed down to me from my stepfather at the time, was the Sega Genesis, the big body one with the volume switch on the side.
Oh
right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Fantastic console, but it busted. I ended up getting the later what would you call it, like mid-gen refresh, I guess, version of the next version after that.
Yeah, the Genesis 2.
The one with the three with the three red light right down the center of it, right? Some people had the red buttons with it. I didn't. I had the black buttons on mine. And I tell you, I wore that console out. Like I wore it out hard. I still to this day remember Mortal Kombat's Blood Code by heart. That ABACABB, and then it's like, get over here, and blood would start dripping down the screen. And then you could start uppercutting people into the spikes. It was super dope back then. So that was some of the Genesis for me. My favorite game on Genesis, although whatchamacallit, what's that game called? It was a DC game. Oh my god. Until I remember that game, I'll say X-Men was super dope back then with Nightcrawler, Wolverine, Cyclops, and trying to remember the fourth one. There was another one I can't remember. But like Storm would come out of nowhere sometimes and help out. You fought the floating around Magneto at the end of the game.
Marvel versus Capcom 2.
Nope.
Or was it
No, he's talking about the X-Men.
Talking about Genesis.
Yeah, he's talking about the X-Men.
The 4-player co-op that was like a Ninja Turtles. I remember that one. I can't remember the name of it, but I know it.
Yeah.
They're X-Men. I'm talking about this right here.
That one. The one
this
that was
right here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, X-Men. Yeah, I had that.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was
the
fun.
Sega Genesis X-Men game.
It was Gambit was the other one.
Game. Gambit, thank you. Cards, throwing all the cards, and he had his staff. That was fantastic.
Yeah, it was.
Yep. I still can't remember that dang Justice League. It was the Justice League game that I'm thinking of. That was it was a fighter. It was a fighter game. And you had really old school Superman with the long wavy hair and
Task Force,
it was
wasn't
just super dope. Great game.
Justice League League Task Force? Yeah, Justice League Task Force.
Yes, thank you. It was a fantastic game. It was really clunky, but it was fantastic and fun, and it had all your favorite DC like superheroes in that game. But like the games that stuck out probably the most, it was probably 3 of them. One was probably NBA Live, like 95.
Mm-hmm.
I was really big in the corner threes in that game because they were just so easy to do. And then Road Rash 2. Road Rash 2 was my freaking jam.
Oh yeah.
And then, oh man, I hate to dismiss NBA Jam and Madden, but I'm going to have to for a super simple game called Greatest Heavyweights. Oh man.
Oh,
boxing
yes.
game.
Yes.
They talked trash in that game, and when I was young, I thought it was just so epic that somebody would like, you'd be in the middle of a boxing match and they call you a sissy and like yo mama, and like they just talk trash to you, and that I thought it was so good at that time. Man, it was fantastic. But from the Genesis, moved on to I moved on to the 64 and PlayStation. I had a Sega Saturn, but I never had the hookups for it, so I never even got any games for it.
You never got any imports then. Oh my god!
I didn't do it, so I never did anything with that Sega Saturn. And to this day, when I go back to my mom's house, I still look for the console because she's like, I didn't throw it away. I don't know what you did with it. And I had that thing like since I was like a super little kid. So I'm wondering if it's just. I'm wondering if it's just floating around somewhere, but I do have a Sega Saturn right here. I wasn't gonna wait to find that. All right.
Ah, my man.
But yeah, PlayStation was fantastic. I still remember the demo disc with the Siphon Filter, Wipeout, and all those old school games on it. 64 was fantastic with Smash Brothers, Turok, Rage Wars, 007, GoldenEye. I mean, I can go on and on. I even loved Quarterback Club, as terrible as that game is.
I had it for the 32X.
That game.
I had it for the 32X.
It was a terrible looking game, but I tell you what, it was still really fun to play. The PlayStation was really big for me. The game that I probably put in the most work on was either NCAA Football 2000, because I was really big into sports at that time, and then also Gran Turismo 2. Gran Turismo 2, the Suzuki Pikes Peak. I still remember making that thing do a wheelie. That thing had like over 1,000 horsepower. It was absolutely insane. Obviously, I loved my Spyros, and I even loved Grand Theft Auto London and Grand Theft Auto 2. I really liked those games. The top-down version of it, people will never go back and remember those games or even play those games anymore, which is insane. They were good. They're just nothing like Grand Theft Autos now. Like clearly.
Oh no.
Nothing.
No,
like.
that overhead. I had GTA 2 for the Dreamcast. That overhead. Yeah, that's. I hear you. Three was so revolutionary.
Oh, absolutely, it was, and that was one of the main reasons I absolutely loved my PlayStation 2. I loved all the games, and like Devil May Cry was super duper big for me back in the PlayStation 2. Trying to remember some other games that I really loved. I mean, obviously my sports games, I loved all of them, college and pro.
You better say SSX, Hams.
SSX. I actually didn't have that game until I actually didn't have SSX. Just a second, Sir. I did not have SSX until I got it on my GameCube, which I didn't get until later on. Or no, wait. Actually, I had the GameCube first, so I had SSX on my GameCube first. Then I traded in my GameCube, got a PlayStation 2. Absolutely loved it to play, GTA and whatnot. Traded in my PlayStation 2 to get the most underrated console of all time, the OG Xbox, in my opinion.
I'm
because
with you.
Yeah, in my opinion, it is. It's just it revolutionized so many facets of gaming, all in one console. And everyone says, "Oh, the PS2 sold the most," and I was like, "Oh, to me that didn't matter at that time. I was jamming my music and playing my games at the same time with what felt like unlimited memory.
And making friends.
And making friends.
It was insane. But yeah, had a 360. That was a good time. Played a lot of Halo 3 and Call of Duty. Had one span that I went 84 wins straight on 3v3 with two buddies that we'd play every night. That was absolutely insane because Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 had 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 modes in it. And we were running away with victory every single game on 3v3. But now, yeah, I ended up really getting into like gaming hard. Like I was always a gamer, but I didn't really consider myself like a hardcore gamer until I'd go back as far as like 2016. Is probably when I became a hardcore gamer. And you know why? It's because I met my future wife at that point, and she didn't like me going out anymore. So something had to give, and I had my Xbox One, had the Kinect and everything. I absolutely loved that I actually loved the Xbox One console and everything that it rolled out with. But at the end of the generation, I was very displeased because one of my favorite pieces of the console was no longer accessible. They got rid of it in 2017, which was the snap function. The snap function was so good to me because I watched everything on YouTube while or watching something from my cable box or something like that, like football games, basketball. Man, I was so into watching sports because I was able to play video games at the same time. There were so many other times in the past, back when I had the 360, that I was choosing, am I going to watch the game right now or am I going to play a video game right now? I could do the same thing on the Xbox. And when they discontinued that, once they were getting ready to ship out or once they shipped out pretty much the Xbox One S's, and then later on they came out with the Xbox One X. By the time they came out with the Xbox One X, they already had shut down the snap function. And I felt like a fat part of my console died at that moment because like I said, that was such a big deal to me. I even would plug in my computer into the HDMI in part of it, I believe, and watch movies off of or TV shows off of my computer that I had, that I got back in the day when I used to do stuff like that. But it was fantastic, and now you can't do that as Snap anymore. You can still use the other HDMI and like go to TV and use it as that. It's fantastic, actually. I have my Xbox One plugged, or I have my Switch plugged into my Xbox One so I can still party chat with people and play my Switch on my TV through my Xbox and be able to listen to Spotify at the same time if I want to. So that was like a little daisy chain.
Bit there.
So yeah, I daisy chained my Xbox a little bit, and I'm thinking about bringing my One X in here, plugging my system selector into it, and being able to do everything from there on, from my 360 and my Dreamcast, and then I already have the pass through for the PS3 because they made it a pain in the ass to stream off of that thing. Or excuse my language if I said anything inappropriate at all. But no. But yeah, I mean, any other questions though? That's kind of my gaming history. Yeah,
that's a great gaming history. Look,
I have a lot more to say. I just didn't want to take up everybody's time for 2 days.
Look.
Very good, but let's go to a commercial break. XO1324 Gaming. He's a member for 20 months. He says, "Holy AARP, what's up, Sir X, man?"
Why is everybody messing with my age again? Dang, y'all. Dang. Love all y'all know.
All right, so but before then, I mean, obviously, you know, it's a great history, and anybody whose history includes Genesis, I'm all good. So, but you know, you run a channel. They said we said, and you have a show Beyond Them Sticks. Actually, you have two shows,
Behind
right?
Them Sticks. Close. It's
I said Behind Them
hard to
Sticks.
remember.
No, I said
I
them.
thought you said Beyond. My bad.
Oh no, I said Behind Them Sticks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You will find. I say English and I don't get along very well. No. You have two shows, right?
On that channel?
Yes.
I have pretty much 3 main shows that will happen like every week. And then the other 2 days are more or less like streaming. Like, and that's more or less if I'm in the mood to stream. Like I get off of work, do I want to stream tonight?
I hear you there.
But as for like Tuesday, every Tuesday, me and Loke do a show called The Lowdown, where me and him really just go through the early week stuff that's happening in gaming and talk about that and more or less kind of pick at it and see where we kind of land on ideals. And we usually have 2 totally different opinions, or X-Man can straight up tell you that. Like we're always disagreeing with each other. It's almost like watching Skip and Shannon go at it. Like we're just constantly disagreeing with each other, but it's fun, it's friendly. The people that come through love watching it. And then on every Thursday I do show Behind Them Sticks, which I have had over 100 episodes with different people all over, whether it's YouTube, some from TikTok, some people from just Twitter. I mean, some of them are content creators, some of them are in the industry, some of them were in the industry, and some of them are just your regular gamer that wants to get on the show and just talk about gaming. Because I'm really that kind of person. I mean, my mom said it was super annoying when I was a little kid, that I was always down to just talk to people. And everybody was my friend when I was a super little kid. And I see why it sucks, because my daughter's the same way as me. Everybody's her friend, and I'm like, everybody is not your friend.
Right.
So I've had shows with various people all over the world. I did a show with I'm trying to remember the name off the top of my head. John Linneman from Digital Foundry. I've done an episode with one of the head designers for Xbox. For Xbox's one of their most famous games, Halo. And he has his own studio right now, Jar of Sparks. I'm trying to remember the name right off the top of my head. It's not. It's crazy because it's one of my favorite episodes of that gentleman that I'm trying to remember right off the top of my head that I cannot remember. But as for this coming week, which I'm sure the name will come to my head here shortly. But as for this week, I have 2 shows on Thursday, which is something I've only done a few different times. And it is sometimes wild, but I spread them far apart enough for it to be comfortable. And the person's name I was thinking of was Jerry Hook. I'm sorry. Jerry Hook from Halo. The person I have coming on this Thursday, which is going to be absolutely amazing, and I absolutely cannot wait.
Tell them.
But first, I'm going to tell them that I got Danielle's Gaming coming on early Thursday. That's at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. But after that is the meat and potatoes part. I have Seamus Blackley, the creator of the original Xbox, coming onto my channel this Thursday, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Please, please, please go to my channel at TSWS Gaming. Hit that subscribe button, hit the bell, and you will know when I go live with the man, the myth, the legend, Seamus Blackley. I'm super duper excited for that one. Absolutely.
That is
you see me flying all around over there. I used to be and I'm actually wearing my jacket right now. I fly indoor skydiving.
Yeah.
I used to be an indoor skydiving instructor. I did it for 5 years. Yeah, I used to teach people to fly in a wind tunnel. So like all that flying stuff, I wonder how many people have seen my video and they're like, what the hell is that wind tunnel thing? And like, who's doing that? That's me flying in the wind tunnel.
Nice.
Yeah, that's me flying
I've done that
over the
once.
freaking place.
I've done that once.
Yeah, man, it's a lot of fun.
We did that. My son and I did it once with a scouting thing, and it was interesting for sure. There's Lord
It's
Attic.
Wild.
No, and this is so. What you know? First off, I'm just going to say this: people, get in there and subscribe, because it is criminal that you only have 457 subscribers for the good content that you put out. You should be into like tens of thousands of subs, man.
That's insane.
But it's true. I mean, you really do. I was, I think one of my more enjoyable episodes is when you had clowns on.
Yeah, that was an awesome. Man, we were kicking it.
I know.
And that's what my show's all about, man. It's not about like pushing people like to like an uncomfortable space. Sometimes I invite people that other people don't like, straight up. And I show and I do my best to show that they're still human. They still have they still come from a pretty regular background. They can act right. They're just crazy on Twitter. And that's their business. I don't care. I just want to know who the heck I'm following. I want to know who the heck I actually enjoy and if I actually truly enjoyed them or not. And then I also want the people to see who these people are. Whether they're big or whether they just game, a few times a week. Like it's super duper important to me to give clarity, not only to myself but to others. So that's what I try to do.
I think it's wonderful, and I've enjoyed it. I know I've seen you doing some of your streaming when I'm at work. So I try to catch some of that or catch it on replay. But when I can catch live, I try to, because you really do great work, and it's really nice to see. It's really nice to see other streamers and podcasters who, we're not out there trying to, like us. We're not out there trying to drum up drama, trying to bring that element to the crowd. Your chat room, it was is really nice to be in, very friendly and welcoming. Some of the folks who've come over to check us out tonight, that check you out tonight, I'm really loving them in our chat, because they're the type of people that we want, and it just.
I'm gonna stop you real quick, Myke. What I'm trying to do, another thing that I find really dope, because you just brought up my chat, right?
Yep.
Noof Nukem, awesome dude. Dre,
very
awesome dude.
Yep.
Have had, and these are people that are in my chat as well, from time to time. I don't care if you come to my show every single time or if you come once a month, whatever. Like the support is, I appreciate it no matter what. But I tell you what I really enjoy about my chat week in, week out, every episode that I do is that they come is that the people that I know that come through in the chat don't like they may have a bias or something that they prefer, like PlayStation or Xbox or hell Nintendo or PC, whatever, but they don't come in closed-minded. What I love about my chat is they're not closed-minded. The closed-minded people that like to drum up the drama don't find my show interesting, and I love it. I love it because they cannot get anything out of me because it's like, oh, you think PlayStation is better? Sure, they're better at this and this, but they're not the best at everything. You can't argue that. So it's just like, or Xbox, in my opinion, it's the best console that's out right now. In my opinion, that is what it is. But I've had plenty of people that's on the PlayStation side hard, some of them even fanboys. But I show other people that, hey, you can still have a conversation with these people. You might not like their opinion. You might not rock with them, but you can give them the just, respect right now. I've had 1 or 2 times where I've had an interview where somebody got out of pocket in my chat, and my chat kicked them out.
I think I saw you were, and I can't remember her name, but you had someone on. Somebody was, she was Dev, and you had a couple people towing real close to that line, and yeah, your chat kind of self cleaned. So I love that, and and that's what I love about the shows that you do, the shows that we do, and don't worry, X, I'm coming to you. I promise, man. I promise. We're getting to you. You're muted.
I'm glad because Noof put in the chat that I was having some problems, so I checked my mic on Skype and it was going through my camera mic. I had to change it to the USB mic that I have on my head.
Gotcha.
Good catch,
all right.
Noof. Good catch.
Yeah, thank
Good
you,
catch.
Noof. Love you, bro.
Speaking of, and so our chat is a place people can come to just feel like they belong, to talk some games, to have a good time. We've had a very no nonsense, zero tolerance policy at our channel for a very long time, and it serves us real well because we've come to a point to, like you, our chat will take care of itself. Like we don't really, Peter spends more time saying hi to people and making sure everybody's having a good time than having to police the chat. And I love that about what we do. And hey, what's up, Brother 1010? He's and by the way, Retro Advisory Board, one of my good friends, also very very much hates drama, very much hates he just wants to enjoy the gamer, the games and stuff like that. Said he is sub number 458. So said love building and supporting communities rather than trying to drum up discontent with whatever today's drama. So you got a new sub, and I gotta keep pushing.
Thank you. Any sub I can get, I'd absolutely love. And plus, you're gonna come in on a fantastic episode on Thursday with Seamus Blackley. I mean, it's going to be really fun. We're going to be kicking back. We're going to be talking about one of the questions I got to ask him is, were you really planning on shipping that steel Xbox? At any point, were you thinking that this is going to end up in my front room?
Yeah, I would have bought that day one.
I must admit that even if they made one now, Hyperkin was making the Duke. Somebody comes up with that. Somebody comes up with that original design and puts it in it and puts an Xbox in it. I'm afraid it's gonna be on my entertainment center. It just is.
Wow, that's a fact. You got to buy that thing, and it's gonna be dumb in price. It's gonna be like some sort of Versace, like Versace price. It's
Well,
going to be
you
expensive.
already know over time somebody's going to probably try to sell the prototype. Over time, it'll be out there somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure it is. If it's not already.
But it'd be cool if it was Xbox branded, not just like something somebody made.
I wouldn't care about them. I would know it's an Xbox, so that's all that counts. Yeah, see, my mic's working again.
Yeah, I see that.
But one thing I wanted to note is this episode that you have showing right here. I find it it's kind of sentimental a little bit.
Yeah.
That guy that I'm having this episode with, I've known him since I was 6 years old.
Oh, wow.
And he had cancer as a young kid.
Oh, wow.
And I was with him during that situation. His dad was dating my mother, and we'd always have to drive up to Omaha to go I'd hang out with him every weekend. And this was like while we were in middle school. So I'd already known him for several years prior to him getting cancer. He ended up beating it as a kid because obviously he's here today doing, or that day doing the interview with me. Super dope dude. But if you ever go to the beginning of my show and hear a song called Conversation, let me have a conversation with you. That's him rapping that song.
Nice.
At the beginning of every single episode. He has fantastic music. But yeah, I grew up with him in Lincoln, Nebraska. Fantastic
awesome.
dude.
Awesome.
That's why we used to hear you on the podcast, driving back and forth all the time, still trying to do the show when he riding. He used to do it all the time when he on the highway. He just had jump into the GRG and just be driving to his destination with us and still be on the
back
podcast.
to Lincoln.
Yep, every time. It was fun.
Nice. Well, I'm gonna drop. Let me do this. I'm gonna drop this in the chat again, so that people can come in and check you out, because it's what we need, man. We need more of this in the community. So
man, everything I try to do on my channel is like authenticity. Even the music that brings you in to my show is made by somebody personal. Like,
there we go.
Like it means a lot to me.
There we go.
This
Hold
stuff
on.
means a lot to me.
We got 460 now. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go.
Dang. That's what's up, you guys. I really appreciate that. That's what's up.
Let's go.
Oh man. Ruby 1010. Oh man. The love. This is the most love I've ever got on a show. So I really appreciate it. It's insane. It's really insane.
I gotta ask
deserved.
What the heck does that mean at the end? Triangle? Is that a Canadian thing or something that I don't know about? A Canadian word?
Leaders. 2 liters.
You know, we don't do liters in America, Noof.
Yes, we do. We have 2 liter sodas right up the road. What are you talking about?
I just see the big bottle. And I look at the ounces.
Oh
dude.
my goodness.
Ounces and liters.
Oh my goodness.
See, you look at ounces because he always drinking medicine.
Nah, I used to drink 40 ounces back in the day, dude. Don't even try it.
Oh my God. See, that's his medication, his liquor.
We all did that, man. We all.
Hey, be
did
careful with that liquor, bro. Be careful.
I don't drink no more.
Oh, that's
I'm talking
good.
talking about back in my young days. We all went through that, man. We had to have our
That's
liquor.
a fact.
All right. Well, speaking of the X, now it's your turn, and it's gonna be 11 o'clock before we start talking about anything. But that's all right. So
Release the magua.
yeah.
Don't start with that Mogwai stuff. I'm not letting the Mogwai out, man. I'm cool. Unless you're talking about PlayStation. But other than that, I'm cool.
Mike's over here gritting his teeth right now. He's like, uh-oh. We're going to be talking about PlayStation, bro.
I like PlayStation. I'm just going to say real quick, but I just don't like the crap they're doing right now. That's it.
So, to a man, neither do we. We've talked about this before. Very, very much a supporter of the platform. They've got Sony. Sony has some excellent games. Their pedigree.
Always have.
They always have. They always have. But Jim Ryan may not be the right guy for that job.
He's a money
Especially, well,
Came out and said it.
I don't know how much money. I don't know how much of a money man he is. If he actually thinks he's going to sell 2 million PSVR 2s, but that's a whole separate. That's a whole separate thing. What they're doing right now with, with the FTC and the CMA and trying to block this,
That's
block this acquisition.
Later.
Yep. I mean, all of those things are all starting to add up to PlayStation losing a lot of its for the gamer sheen that it had. It's arrogance is what it is.
I think
That's a
what's
fact,
going to
Mike.
happen is a lot of these people, these developers and these publishers are going to start making games like with special DLC for Sony. They're probably going to start giving it to Xbox because of what he said about certain things over this time. That's what I think's about to happen, especially what he said about EA. It's
yeah,
gonna
but
bite
then
him.
if they showed a bag with money,
Yeah,
it's a
but
lot. And EA said like, yeah, you know what happened? I'll take the money.
yeah, but sometimes pride is a lot more important to these companies than the money because they got money. But pride for a company is a lot bigger. It is, always has been.
Well, EA is
When
an
the price
interesting
is right,
duck.
they swallow any pride they ever
This
had.
is true, but EA is an interesting duck because if you notice, every time it started out with EA Plus not being available on PlayStation at all. All right,
Correct.
Then they moved it to PlayStation, but then right after they put it on PlayStation, they made a new deal with Microsoft to put EA Play into Game Pass, which has probably been a huge boon for them. And so it seems like, you got to placate the market leader a little bit, but EA, especially, EA knows where their friends are. I kind of feel, just like,
Always
look,
have.
Square knows where their bread and butter is, and that is PlayStation. I'm sorry, folks. Final Fantasy 16, all those remakes and 7 remake stuff's never coming. Xbox owners are going to have to just give up on that. Get a PlayStation if you want Final Fantasy,
PC.
or get it on PC. Your Xbox is not getting it, and you know what? That's business. That's how businesses run. That is their prerogative to do so. But then the turnaround. I'm sorry, I'm getting off on a tangent. X, this is about you. And
I'm not upset about it. It's cool.
your gaming history.
He's releasing the Mogwai right
He's
now.
releasing his
Slowly.
Mogwai right now.
It's slowly creeping out of the door right now.
Don't get me wrong. I've released
Mike's like,
the
what's in this
Mogwai.
room?
Yeah,
He's about to open the door. You're about to open the door.
I've released the Mogwai on 343 and Halo 2, so it goes both ways. I've had many a discussion about in here with Peter and Chris about things like Halo Infinite and the Initiative. So
Halo Infinite is a good game, darn it.
It does swing in different direction in both directions. So all right, X.
Still making anything? I'm not sure.
That's another discussion. X.
Yes, sir.
Now I know your history goes back a long way because you and I have had some kind of starter discussions on this on
Unreal, isn't it?
Yes. So I need to hear the full history of Sir X, man.
I was 13 years old when the Atari came out. And I enjoyed it. And my favorite game was Combat and Star Wars.
Oh, yes.
It was. I love Star Wars. Number 2, Empire Strikes Back when you're going through the thing and you had to go through the walkers and stuff like that.
Oh yes,
and shoot the walkers down. That was so much fun.
Good. Keep talking.
Then I moved. Oh, that's good. Then I moved on to Atari 5200 and ColecoVision. Me and Hams went through there because he interviewed me. And then Nintendo over my friend's house didn't have one at the time. I had one now. That's when you used to go to your friend's house who had the systems back in the day. Mm-hmm. So, he come over my place to play games on the Sega Genesis or the Master System, and I'd go over his place to play the Nintendo NES. So that's why I fell in love with Rygar. I love Rygar. That's one of my favorite games of all time on the Nintendo.
Wanted to show you this real quick.
Did you find Rygar?
Nope. Empire Strikes Back, the Intellivision version.
I got a copy of that.
Yeah. Thought you might like to see it.
It actually ran better on the Intellivision than it did on the. It was graphically it was better on the Intellivision than the Atari.
It did. As most things except for Donkey Kong. as I've just showed people. No.
Yeah,
so
but
that was a great video, by the way, Myke.
Well, thank you.
But I didn't get to see it yet. I saw it posted, but I didn't get a chance to see it yet. I'm dealing with a wound right now.
Yes, I do.
So then after that, I had my Sega Saturn and loved the crap out of it. I used to get my imports for it and everything. Then I got my PlayStation, and this is about to freak people out. It is my PlayStation 1 is my favorite console of all time.
Of all time? Okay.
Of all time.
All
because
right.
that's where I got into my Tomb Raider. That's why I bought the PlayStation.
Fair enough.
4. I had it on the Saturn.
Disrespecting the Saturn.
But it ran. I love my Saturn, dude. Well, it's the only system where you can play X-Men versus Street Fighter in its full form.
This is true.
The only place. I have the disc.
But he is right. Tomb Raider ran better on the PlayStation. He is right about that. It did.
But the load times were faster on the Saturn.
And
for Tomb Raider.
I still have my Tomb Raider Saturn.
Oh yeah, I got a copy of it somewhere around here. I'm not digging around. I'm hurt. I can't go into them boxes. And I know you want me to do a show with you going into them boxes.
Because I'm going to get up and get mine in a minute.
You don't have any hesitation going to your boxes because they're right around you.
They're right around it.
But then I had a PS2. SSX was my love. And all the other Tomb Raiders. And then I found the original God of War. And that changed. I know life, the original God of War. I played it like 3 times, dude. It was so good. Oh my God. And I was like, what is this? You know how you get that moment where you get a game, kind of like Tomb Raider, that you know you just want to beat and you don't want to let it sit in your backlog?
Mm-hmm.
I had that moment with God of War and God of War 2. But then God of War 3 came and I didn't have no time to play it because, started working more, kids and all that stuff. So, but then I didn't get a PS3 until later on in its infancy because I was too busy enjoying the Xbox One OG more. I'm about to come into my 19th year on Xbox Live. Nice. Even though I got ripped off a year, a lot of people talk about it when they changed over. They lost a year. When they changed over from Xbox to 360, a lot of people lost a year. Huh. Except for the beta testers. They didn't lose a year. They kept their years. And when I discovered online, Well, the main reason why I switched, I had an Xbox before that, but I tried the online on the PlayStation 2, and I'm sorry, no disrespect to anybody, it was trash. Because I was running broadband while everybody else was still running DSL and AOL online and stuff like that. And I couldn't get nobody to talk, and then people would lag out, and then people were cheating, they would lag switch it to jump in front of you in Need for Speed Underground. And I was like, I can't do this no more. So Xbox Live came, and I said, you know what, I'm going to pull the trigger and get my subscription. Happened to be on Valentine's Day. I wasn't doing nothing. I was single and free, and I was enjoying myself at the time. And it changed, man. My first game that I played online over there was Project Gotham 2.
Mm.
And a lot of my friends from that game, I still have them to this day on my Xbox Live friends list, and we still talk. And I have their phone numbers where we can chit chat. Kind of time. You make real friends over there. And that's why I fell in love with the Xbox, just because it felt like you were meeting real people, and it brought you together with everyone in the world, man. Even back then on the OG Xbox, they didn't have region lock, so you could play with French people and all that stuff. Everybody from all over the world. Now, I don't think too many French people are connected with us anymore, but I still got connections with my New Zealand friends and everyone else around the world. And that helped me discover the differences in the world when we were having conversations. It expanded, it broadened your mind to how things are in different places. And I think that was the experience that made me stick to Xbox like I am today. Now, I don't mind playing anywhere else. That doesn't bother me about any other console. But just that link that you get, like when you guys meet people now, like Flamish and everybody else that we know, it's just a different feeling. You could just sit there and talk to them. And that's what really hyper changed gaming for me. Because in my generation, I got too old for my friends to come over and play with me. We set a console up and just go in one-on-one on two, on the same screen. Can't do that no more. And it changed lives. It changed a lot of people's lives. That online interaction, Microsoft did the perfect thing by saying go online and go straight broadband, because they did not want no power loss from anybody. And my favorite game on the OG Xbox, people gonna freak, but a lot of people know, Burnout 3 Takedown online.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
My most played game, period. I got so high, I was ranked 5 in the world, having so much fun. But PGR will always be my love. That's why I always want PGR back. I've played the Mechasauce. I've played the I played the Crimson Skies, and then the God came out, Halo 2 Online. It changed Xbox Live forever. We would sit there playing Halo 10 hours straight. 10 hours straight. I had no life after that. No life. And it was on. Now 360 was cool. I enjoyed it, but I'm such an old school guy that what I experienced when I was in my 30s and stuff like that, with the Xbox, PlayStations, and all that stuff, they had good games on the 360, and I liked a lot of them. I liked the Gears and the Halo, but I don't have that same feeling, because around that time, it was like, to me, it felt like they were pumping out so many games that it started splitting the communities on playing the same game for a long period of time. And that's one of the things that bothered me the most about these future generations coming on, because most of the people played the same game for a long period of time. That's kind of like slowly dying. And I wish that would come back. They were playing for maybe a short while. Ooh, this came out. Let's try this. But you couldn't find nobody to link up with you to play it.
Right.
And I think that's dying in this generation. As we get older, life still has to go on outside of gaming. And you can't get that link. You have to specifically set up the dates and times for people to know, let's do this, let's do that, let's do this. That's why I like community game nights with people, because everybody has time. Everybody can figure out the time to play with people. And I think we need more of that in the community, so everybody can get together like we used to. But this generation right here, I'm trying to make it quick, dude. I know there's a lot of systems I've played, and I'm not going through them all. But I like this generation. I just, like Ham said, I just don't like the crap that's out there in the social media aspect of it. When we grew up, everybody played what they played. Nobody complained about a system like that. Everybody would show each other the game and go get it, and then you go play over your friend's house. Nobody said, you don't have this, you don't have that. Unless it was Sonic and Mario, those were the two ones everybody fought over. You can't deny that one. But other than that, I think it's going in the right direction, but the negativeness has got to stop eventually. And I think that is eventually going to be the downfall in gaming. All this negativity, and then people won't wonder later on, what happened to gaming? Well, all you people that argue about it, you destroyed it. Instead of letting it be for fun. Gaming is supposed to be, I said this on Ham's show earlier when I said this in their chat with Loke. Gaming is supposed to be fun and a hobby. But people take it too seriously.
And that is the truth.
That's going to be the downfall.
That is the absolute truth.
I just gave you a short one version of what I'm saying. But other than that, we can have that super long conversation whenever we do that thing we talked about.
Okay. Yeah, that is definitely, I am still very much interested in that thing.
I knew you loved that one, dude, when I put that in your mail.
Yeah, like, hey. So, cool. So, that's, like I said earlier,
I have the best voice in podcasting. Come on now.
Actually, I gotta say, we got that too smooth. Ham's voice is pretty smooth. I got, I can't lie. Ham, you do have a smooth voice, man.
Ham got that Detroit voice.
I don't even know what that means, bro.
I'm not sure what the.
But all I can really say is I put a lot of credit into the tuning that I did to this Yeti Nano microphone I have here, because this Yeti Nano is super cheap. It's a super duper cheap microphone, but whatchamacallit, CLoWnZ 4GQTV was like, I don't know what you did to that mic, but I was telling them a lot of studying. That's what I did.
Mm-hmm.
You put a lot of
this thing isn't supposed to sound very good.
Dude. That's
a lot of YouTube.
Good. Put some smooth bass in there.
Yeah, a lot of YouTube. A lot of filters. I'm with you, man. I spent a lot of time on, I got a $12 mic. My streaming mic. I'm not kidding. And I don't know. Sorry, guys. The chat. I'm just gonna have to keep the chat off tonight because it's just not working.
That's nasty.
I'm not worried about you.
Oh man.
Look, see, I got a boom mic right here if I ever want to turn it on. So I'm good, but I just like having a headset right here, dude. It's easier for me.
No, my streaming mic that I use is a it's the PlayStation 2 USB mic from, I kid you not, Karaoke Revolution. That is my streaming mic that I've got set up. And I, like you, Ham, I tuned it and tuned it and tuned it until I got it to sound the way I want it.
Maybe I'll use my rock band.
A lot of
mic
talking to
sometime.
myself.
Maybe I'll
A lot
use
of
my
talking to
rock
myself
band.
and recording.
Yep.
My rock band mic will probably sound pretty good.
All right.
And to anybody that's thinking about content creating, half of the work of your microphone is created by this boom arm.
Yep. Gotta have a boom arm.
Yep.
If you don't have a boom arm, you are missing out on pure quality. You do not want to be leaning into your mic. You want your mic to kind of fall or kind of be just like right on your face, but like
you want a condenser mic. You want a condenser mic too.
I have a USB. This is a USB mic.
So is mine. I love it.
But yeah, the condenser. Yeah, absolutely got to have that.
Well, and you see, mine is an XLR condenser. You see, like the XLR on the end, but the
yours is unidirectional too. I see that.
It is. If I'm even on this side, it sounds way different because the condenser's like right in front of me.
You don't have to kiss the mic, Mike.
Nope. I keep it about, and that's what I learned. Is somebody said you keep it about a hand's length out.
Yes.
And that is, and then you use all the great filters that OBS has, right? I use a limiter and a noise gate and a compressor, and now the difference between mine and what Ham has is that I can't speak directly into it. I have to speak to, so like this one's more like, I used to have it up like this, but it was kind of more in the way, so I ended up, I don't know where I saw it, but I saw a couple of people that have it on the side like this, and I'm like, well, hey, that works, and it's not quite as in the way. It doesn't go up into my face, and I can keep it back.
You can pitch it more towards your mouth. You can have it sideways, but if you pitch it more towards your mouth, on an angle, it'll catch more of your voice a lot easier. And it'll be out your way a little bit.
Exactly. And so that condenser piece is literally right there where my voice goes down into it. So
okay. It's still cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
One last time before we move on, I just want to say thank you to everybody that went and subscribed to my channel. I'm sitting almost like 10 more subscriptions up than
that is
I was like an hour ago.
That's outstanding.
I'm sitting at 463. So you guys, I really appreciate everybody that hopped over there, took 2 seconds and hit that subscribe button, and make sure you're here on Thursday so I can talk to Seamus Blackley, and maybe you can learn a little something. Maybe you have a question to ask. Just make sure you ask it in the chat and keep it appropriate.
That is awesome. Awesome. I love to hear that. This is what it's all about. This is building, this is community building, and that's the way it should be. So, all right. So let's get to the fun stuff of the news and all the craziness that happened. So, first, and I'm sorry that Chris isn't here tonight because we talked about this at great length in our Discord about the developer direct that just happened. Well, not just happened; it happened last week. It was nice of them to wait a whole day before they did it, so we'd have to wait a whole week to actually talk about it. But the big news was, of course, the release dates and what wasn't a release date. So let's get to the stuff first that they did show that we know is coming in the next couple of months. And I want to get you guys' take on what you thought of Minecraft Legends. That was the first thing they showed. And I gotta say, kind of came. I mean, it's not. It didn't come out of nowhere, but kind of took me by surprise as to the quality I think this game's gonna have. It's kind of like Minecraft Battle Royale, and it's not as bad as I thought it would be. It's something I could do with the kids. So,
no, there are adults that play Minecraft too, dude. A lot of people don't know and don't ever talk about it, but Minecraft is still, and this is over Fortnite, still the biggest game played in the world. It
very
is.
true. Very true. Now, are you one of them adults, X?
No, my son is. He's like 22 years old. He streams Minecraft all the time. I know he's happy for this. He lives in Florida and he always streams Minecraft on Twitch. Always. So that's his thing. He grew up with it now, like we grew up with games back then.
Mm-hmm.
He grew up with Minecraft. So he's continuing it as he gets older. He'll probably be 40 years old when I'm dead and gone and still playing Minecraft. So it's just a generational thing, like we have a generational thing, you know?
True. But, you know, anybody else at all interested in this?
I'm kind of interested. I'm interested in the dungeons part though. Not so much the legends thing.
The tower defense thing.
The Minecraft's been slowly trying to pull me in, and my daughter's making it even harder because she absolutely loves this game, and her cousins play that live in Colorado. So that's just another way for me, or another avenue to get my daughter into gaming, which she's only 5 years old right now. She probably enjoys playing Cloud more than anybody I've met so far, because I think it's more or less like something that she figured out how to do, and so she's proud of it. She does it all the time, but she'll always hop on my computer when I'm not looking, hit the Xbox app, hit Cloud Gaming, and just go through there and just try out random games. And Minecraft's one that because she can't even read yet. Minecraft is the one that she always seems to. It's either that, Peppa Pig, or what is it called, Paw Patrol Racing, that she always scrolls down and finds. It's pretty cool to see a kid that age figure out gaming and have the accessibility that I didn't have. I was stuck with like 5 cartridges with my Sega Genesis, and I didn't have the opportunity to just scroll through games and see something that, you know, pops out to me. So power to her.
Nice. All right, Peter, I'm
definitely will be trying it out. I mean, since it's on Game Pass,
it is in Game Pass.
Barrier of entry is very low.
Yep.
I have to see how it is with the whole building and stuff. You know, it seems more automated than just your plain vanilla Minecraft where you do block by block. Here it's like, you know, seems to be like drag a wall from left to right, and so who knows?
All right, fair. I kind of, yeah, I agree. I don't know. It's kind of neat. My kids will probably play it. I'll probably play a little bit with them.
I mean, if my daughter's interested in it, because she loves Minecraft, but she's more into, like, you know, the creative one and building stables and putting
the
like
actual
horses in it and stuff, you know.
Right.
So I'm not sure she's into this kind of part of it, but maybe we'll play it together. I don't know.
Here's an idea. Why don't y'all, when it comes out, why don't y'all have a streaming night on the tower defense mode, and y'all get together and do it?
Don't tempt us.
That's how we
got it. That's how we got into ESO.
That's why we're playing ESO right now. Not for the tower defense, but
right, not for the tower defense.
I was there when you guys were straight playing it.
Nice. All right, so that's Minecraft Legend, not, obviously. And then we talked a little bit about ESO at the beginning. So the main event obviously was Redfall. And
Not for me.
Well, okay. I know not for you. But for this particular show, because they put a date on it, and an actual date that it's going to release.
But will it? That's the question. Sorry.
It's got to. At this point, I would.
They don't do this.
Wow, Peter.
Any of their
Really
dates.
throw that
ever
out there.
again.
I mean, just look. I don't know about you guys, but I have almost no confidence now that Starfield's going to hit before E3.
I think it'll be out before E3, Mike.
Talk me off the ledge.
That's why Microsoft doesn't show up at E3. If you don't show up, then
That's right.
What's
They're not.
E3?
We're
It's
gonna,
like
that's
E3
that's
what?
right. We're going to talk about that anyway.
Yeah.
If there is an E3 with either one of them.
There isn't. Well, that's one of our topics tonight. But talk me off the ledge that this thing is going to still make it from within the 12 months that they said it was going to come in.
It better. Because there's a lot of people I know looking forward to it. It's not my thing. You already know what I'm looking forward to.
Oh, I know.
But
I know. We're going to talk about that in a minute.
A lot of people, want this game. So don't disappoint them. Give the game on time with the dates you set. You can actually preload it in your Xbox right now.
yes, you can.
Starfield?
I saw it today. No,
Wait,
this
Starfield?
Red
Oh, no. Okay. All right. So
didn't
we'll
know that?
He wants to be
we'll
talked off
slide.
the ledge of Starfield, though.
I wanted to be talked off the ledge. All right. So hold on. So let's talk about Redfall, because I do want to. I need to be talked off the ledge on Starfield. But let's go with
You're just
the
gonna hang out on the
positive.
cliff.
Let's just talk about the positive stuff first. Except for X, who's not looking forward to this game. This is an anticipated game for me. I mean, no freaking doubt about it. I'm not thrilled as much. It's funny what people are trying to compare this to, right? So first it was Left 4 Dead. And I was like, no, this is not a Left 4 Dead game. But I said that at the very beginning. I'm like, oh, this looks like Left 4 Dead. And then we're like, no. So then people started to say, well, no, it kind of looks like Borderlands. And that's when I lost my interest, because anybody who's watched Peter's laughing, because anybody who's watched my video games monthly unboxings with Seth knows I hate Borderlands with the passion of the red hot sun.
Say what? What?
Oh my God.
We're not friends
What is wrong
anymore.
with you? What is wrong with you?
We are not
hate-
friends anymore.
I hate
Love
Borderlands.
Borderlands.
I've played it and I just hate it.
Did you play it by yourself or with friends?
It didn't matter. I tried playing.
No.
So
I
hold on.
had this
So
discussion with
I
K-Mega,
played.
right?
I played the first Borderlands by myself. I tried to play the pre-sequel. Hold on. I tried to play the pre-sequel with friends. And it was just, I am not a looter first, shooter second guy, and that's just how I feel about that game. So I was definitely hanging over the ledge on this until Arcane said, no, this really is more like Far Cry. And I'm like, all right, you pulled me back.
I still don't see the similarity between Far Cry and this.
No.
Still.
Well, I think he said, I think Arcane said inspired by.
I don't even understand
I mean, this
that.
might be inspired by Pac-Man too, if they swallow some pills and left and right. I mean, I don't know. It's still kind of far-fetched.
Well,
It looks more like a Left 4 Dead with 4 people than that, than a Far Cry.
oh, there's no zombies. I mean,
No,
of
it's
this,
vampires. Vampires took the place of zombies, man.
right? I mean, tell me though, some of this and some of this footage doesn't also give you a little bit of BioShock, just without being in an underwater city. But I get a hair.
Nah, you know what it reminds me of? Remember that game that came out with that was supposed to be the same developers that made Left 4 Dead.
Back for
where
Blood.
you had Back for Blood. It reminds me a little bit of that. With at least
I'm hating your comparisons, Sir X.
No. I'm not trying to say it like that. But as far as the game motions, the 4-player co-op and stuff like that, because I think they made the previous game we talked about, Back for Blood, I think they made it way too hard for people. And that's what pushed people out of it. All my friends, we talked about it when we were playing it. But this looks like more of like a suspense horror game where things will pop out. You got to figure out what's going on. You guys got to work through the puzzles together. And that's actually a pretty good idea for what they're doing if they're going down that route. You know, so I think it's more than just the loot. I think it's more of you guys figuring out how do you got to do all this to get to the boss, like a traditional game, you know? And I think that's what's going to draw more people in. You know, traditional games, in somewhat, they need to come back a little bit. And I think they're drawing back from previous things to make something new. And I can respect that. I think that's what's drawing a lot of people to it. I'm done with that part.
No,
Thank God.
Stop it, Ham.
Comparison.
Wow.
You filthy sir. You filthy sir,
Wow.
X-Men.
Hey, every man has his own opinion about things, man. That's the way it's supposed to be. If everybody
That's a fact.
If every man had the same opinion, then you know everybody be liking the same thing all the time, and that's boring.
This is true. But
I'm ready to put my gavel in right now. I'm ready to slam down.
all right.
I'm ready to let him know what it's really. Because this man is out of his mind.
I'm getting out of my mind.
So let me break down what I kind of feel about this game.
Bring it.
I see a mixture of Borderlands, mixture of Far Cry. I see both of those. It's like it has like maybe some of the goofiness of Borderlands, but like the gunplay of what like Far Cry of like a Far Cry. But the environment or just kind of the way you kind of run around and loot and shoot really reminds me of Rage or Rage 2. Just kind of the style a little bit. And I mean, if you think about it, I mean, Rage is it's a Bethesda game. So, so I mean, I really see some of that stuff with it. But that's kind of my take on it. I can't wait for this game. When I seen it at the developer direct, I was not too excited for it, to be honest. I'm excited to play it. I'm not excited to see it anymore. And they did did that same thing. Arcane did that same thing with Deathloop, where it's just like I just want to play it. I just want to try it for myself and see if I like it.
I did not like Deathloop.
I'm tired of seeing it at every single event that you guys have or something. So all I needed from this event when it came to Redfall was a release date, which they did. They did throw that out there, so I'm happy.
Yes, they did. That was a good thing. So, okay. And Peter, we've talked about this. We're definitely gonna play it, but
yes, we're gonna play it.
But
curious how the whole co-op experience is versus like who hosts versus not host.
Yeah, that part sucks.
Because everybody wants to host, and because if that's, you know.
That's the part that sucks. No progressive saves with your group.
No.
Guess what, Myke? Borderland doesn't do this. You all progress at the same time, and you get to save, Myke. Just wanted to throw that out.
Good for Borderlands.
I love Borderlands 2. That's my favorite one.
I know, wasn't it sick? Especially
It's
the
the
boss
best.
at the end, dude.
Handsome
Oh
Jack
my
was just the
God.
best.
I mean, as a
Sorry, Myke.
character, yes. No. Hold on. As a character, Handsome Jack was great. But you know what? I got a lot of that same vibe out of Outer Worlds, and I like that much better.
That's because it's a full.
I'm a co-op
RPG.
guy, though. I love co-op.
I'm a co-op guy, too. I'm a PvE before PvP any day.
See, you never played
Facts. Me
Borderlands with me. That's the problem. I make
Oh, okay.
Borderlands. So.
Oh, well, problem solved. I still look.
Oh, I
video
opened
games-
it up.
Video games
I
Video
see
Games
your
Monthly
stream coming
sent it
up.
to me. Yeah, I see it. I see a stream now. We're up on Skype, so I can get you up on the screen with me. We can do this.
Don't
wanna-
invite me into the game if you want to make kills. Don't invite me to the game if you want to make kills, because I will have everything in the area, including bosses, killed or damn
Nice.
near killed
Nah, if we all
before you even
start,
get a shot off.
Y'all
On them.
gonna start with a fresh new character.
Oh man, see,
Yeah,
I mean, that's a little that's
Ain't
too
gonna
much of
be
a
able to
rewind for
use your
me.
level 50 character. You gotta start with a fresh character.
Level 50. We way past level 50 at this point. Sir X Man, where have you been?
I know. I'm
Still at level 50. Still at level 50. That's
yeah, but once I got
Yeah, that's old.
Once I got that achievement for level 50, I was fine. That's the only one to
Oh,
give
that's
you an
funny.
achievement.
Bro, my guns are so bad on Borderlands 3 that that if you join my party with the Xbox One X or below, 1X, 1S, or just Xbox One, my guns are so dang strong that they will shut off your console.
Did you
I'm
hack
dead
your
serious.
system? Did
I've
you
shut
hack your
down.
system?
Oh man, I'm telling you, my guns, bud. I got them from helping out some people, and I keep them put away. But bro, when I bust them out, I can literally shut off people's Xboxes.
That's why you're gonna start with a fresh character.
They're too broken.
All right, so then
May 2nd.
May 2nd.
Right.
May the 2nd be with you, or something like that.
Yeah.
No. Just February, March, April, May. 3 short months away. So that one's going to make it in time. Minecraft Legends is going to make it in time. And then came what a lot of us were waiting for. Let's not kid ourselves.
Don't do it.
I'm doing it.
You're gonna make me and Sir X Man mad
I know.
simultaneously. You sure you're ready for that?
Hey, I think right
Oh
now
my
we're
God,
all.
Sir X Man.
I think right now
What's
we're all
going on
mad.
over there, bud?
He's turning into Frankenstein's monster. I think we're all mad right now.
I think he has a Hemi underneath.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That was my break for work alarm. But
Ah,
since I'm not working.
that was someone calling you, going, I hear they're talking about Forza.
No, I put my break times in my alarm so I know when instead of me being in the middle of something, take your butt to break.
Gotcha. Maybe you know what it was, you guys from Smokey and the Bandit 2, when Sheriff Justice would get his heart rate up, and the
Right,
thing would beep
go
at him.
beep, beep,
And
beep,
beep, beep, beep, beep. Yeah, home.
I know.
Oh my God! What a movie! What a movie! But
He'd get
Daddy,
mad every time somebody
Every
mentioned
time.
the band, his heart rate would go up.
so Forza Motorsport looks looks effing phenomenal.
Mhm.
And I want to play this so bad. And I don't know when we're going to play it, because although this was in last year's E3, that was going to
And the
be
year before that.
and the year before that. And they said the only games we're going to show you at E3 are the ones that are coming out in the next 12 months. And we're all like, all right, here it comes, Forza Motorsport. We're getting it, and we're all, you know, I remember when 2 weeks ago, Chris, who's not here to defend himself, so I'm going at him, said, you watch, it's going to be Forza in April. I think he said Starfield in May and Redfall in June. And I'm like, I could buy Forza, because Forza's probably, I don't know, Forza I could see in April. I said Redfall was supposed to be summer, so that one's got to come out first. And technically it is. So when they showed May 2nd for Redfall, we're like, all right, Forza's coming in March or April, which means I don't know what's happened to Starfield. And then they just said coming 2023. And
is that fiscal year 2023?
when is Microsoft's fiscal 2023? Why?
That's right now. Ends in end of June, I believe.
Why would they do this? Why? It's
You know why it's that's called delayed till they put a date on there. It's because they promised 500 cars and they have 499, and they have no idea what little tweak they can do to one of the models to make it 500.
Masshole saying June. Technically June would still be before E3 as long as it was the first week of June.
Because last year's it was on the 6th of June.
Right.
E3.
So they've got until June 6th.
June 5th.
Maybe they're gonna do a stealth drop.
I was thinking they might do that.
Really? Hey,
I was thinking they could really possibly do that. I think it's more likely to do something like that than some people talking about like Starfield dropping on it. And I'm
Starfield
just
is not
like,
dropping.
no.
Starfield is gonna be big. It's gonna be plastered all over the place. With ads and
Like
other
if
stuff.
it was Starfield to drop on like at E3, I think that'd be pretty insane. But I don't think that Starfield needs that like maybe another game might or like I don't know. I just don't think it's gonna be that. But I could see Forza being like that, like them like ending the show with like start your engines or something like that and have a good time or something, whatever.
They haven't picked a cover car yet.
yeah.
Ooh, I don't know.
See?
That has to be dropped down in E3 or
So
next
Big
door
Mad Mo.
E3.
So Gogol Post says it's because of the new engine. They were faster from 3 to 6. I agree with that. They didn't. I mean, they're talking a lot of tech in this one. He also says they aren't. Plus, they aren't as big as the GT team. They're listed as 100 people. That's not big. But they've been working on this for years now. Rab says could drop the exploding Tesla model. Boom, 500.
Yeah.
So, hey, brother Big Block's in the house. Forza and Starfield are my two wants, so I may be the jinx. Damn
I
it,
want
Big
to
Block.
upgrade a Pinto. Sorry.
The Ford Pinto. I mean, this would be an interesting game to stealth drop, though. Just say, hey, guys, we felt like releasing Forza today.
Nah,
That would
they'll
be-
probably throw us a demo.
You think?
They're known for doing that for Forzas, though, especially motorsports.
That's true. And he did a lot of it. They did drop a lot of Horizon demos, too.
Yeah, every Forza has always had a demo, except for the original one. Sorry, I'm typing on my PC. Sorry.
That's okay. We don't see you. We just see your back. We see your fake home. But I mean, you know, X, I know you are very looking forward to this. This was the one out of the show you were.
Upgraded the RAM on my PC for it. I just put them in last Sunday.
Oh.
So I'm waiting for Forza.
And
I'm very disappointed when there wasn't no date. My mouth was dropping. And then no release date.
You dusted off your wheel?
You have no idea.
oh man,
No, I still use my wheel. I play Project Cars and
can I
other
show
PC
that?
games.
Can I show that picture you sent me?
Excuse the wires. I'm still organizing wires and moving stuff around. You can show it. I
Hang
still
on a
got some
second.
work to do though.
Cause let me grab it from my Twitter, cause this is impressive beyond. Like this is what
I can do better. I just got to do some wire management. That's all. Haven't had time, work and all that stuff.
well sure.
Hard.
All right, hang on. Let me save this to my drive here. Put that there. But yeah, this is an impressive setup here. That's impressive. That's awesome. Of course, I don't know how you play Halo Infinite with a wheel, but that's a whole other discussion.
I got a controller right next to it.
Right
on the floor that I can pick up.
No, I'm
No,
just
you weren't. You weren't kidding.
breaking your. I'm just breaking. Well,
it'd be cool
you know
to
what?
be able to use drive a warthog with that.
Yes, I was just gonna say you're the designated driver. So what's up, Blitzkrieg?
But I can't do nothing with right now with my foot because it hurts me. It would hurt me to press the pedal. So kind of glad they delayed it probably because it'll give my feet time to heal. So it is what it is. I can't do no sim racing now, and it sucks, bro.
Yeah, but your foot will be fine by October. That would suck if
My
that's
foot
what
will
they
be
did.
fine in about 3 weeks to a month. Don't even jinx it like that. Let Forza come out right then and there. I'll be good. But if Microsoft was smart at that conference and you got most of the game finished, they should have dropped a demo like they used to do. And here's a demo for no multiplayer, but here's a demo for Forza Motorsports that you can play right now. They should have done that. People would have at least be moderately happy with that. You know what I'm saying? They could have done that.
Well, so if you guys had just take a guess, even if they stealth drop it, when do you think it's coming? I mean, realistically, even if they just drop it.
I'm just gonna go on ahead and say the Xbox show. I'm just gonna say that.
Which Xbox
I think
show?
This the summer.
E3.
They come back. Yeah, I mean, if you want to call it that.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not.
yeah. Let's call it E3, even though they're not technically.
It's not gonna be
part of E3.
Yeah. Okay. All right. X. When do you think it's coming?
Be honest, I have no clue. I'm just gonna be real because everything's so vague and in the air, and Microsoft won't tell you anything. They won't give you no hints of anything. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
A lot of people would say that the ending was a hint. A lot of people would say the ending when they said coming with that G looking like a 6. A lot of people will say that was.
Yeah, I don't. Let me see if.
That will be June, right?
Yep.
I can't.
Everything kind of points to June.
Yeah. I mean, this is the trailer. I didn't download the developer.
Yeah, that's
direct.
the trailer. That's not from the developer direct.
Right. That was the next day they did that.
See, I think that was just, and Big Mad Mo says it too. I think that was just the font that they were using.
It possibly could have been, and it really doesn't matter to me if they don't come out with it in June. It's not then the world. There's so much to play this year that I'm not stressed on anything being delayed. to be honest.
I mean, is it strategically delayed or is it technically delayed? Because if they want to fit in where it would fit in their schedule, maybe they don't want to have a back-to-back with.
I think it's strategic because they got so much coming out. That's what I think.
Starfield and stuff. I mean, they might not want to do those back-to-back.
Starfield, that game with the girl, what do you call it?
Hellblade.
Hellblade, you got Hellblade.
They haven't even talked about that.
I'm sure they got some more surprises that we don't know about. So we'll have to see. That's all we can do.
I mean, it's like, why don't they figure that out? It's
right. They should have when they
should have figured out what comes when and just do
last
it.
year.
As we've been seeing in the past couple of years, they're having management issues, and this could be an effect of that.
Who's really having management issues though? Not Turn 10. Dan Greenwald's been.
I'm talking about Microsoft. And
they're having issues with managing expectations. That's what they have.
That too.
I tell you this. This is my motto. If you manage expectations, all will be well. It's the biggest lesson you can.
It's like keep your promise. Stop being disappointing. That's it.
Well,
just stop being disappointing.
And the only thing that has me biting my nails at all is 343. Other than 343,
we ain't talking about.
I'm really okay with what Xbox is doing, especially the way that they came out with the confidence and Hi-Fi Rush, like with that happening right there, like my frustration was set at ease with Xbox, and it's just like, all right, well, it looks like they have a plan, and a lot of this stuff that we're speculating, hating on, or frustrated with is possibly, or I'd even go as far as saying probably taken care of. You just don't know, and they don't want to tell you, and they want to, and they want you on the edge of your seat. They want you where you're at right now.
I think they're doing it because they don't want these critics and these other people to come out and just start review bombing. They just want the game to come out right. They might give you a week notice, and then that's it, and drop the game. That's what I think's gonna happen.
Here's the thing, and this is where I think I agree with everything you guys are saying, except that you also said, X, they need to keep their promises. This is if this slips out of June, this is another promise they didn't keep. Because they literally said this was coming in 12 months, and they get you hyped, and then they get you hyped by putting it in this show. Like, Starfield is getting its own show.
I mean, why put it in this show?
Right.
Then, why bother?
And
what they might do, Mike, is they might put it at the end of the Starfield thing. Oh yeah. That would be nice. And one more thing, since technically they are Microsoft, they're part of Microsoft, right? They might say, we're going to let you play Forza Motorsport right now. That would be cool if they did that at the end of the Bethesda show. And then give you a date for Starfield.
They want you to buy the ultimate upgrade so you can play it a week early. But a week after,
I'm buying it in full day one. I'm buying Forza Motorsport in full day one. I'm getting the premium package. I want my little crown at the top, next to my name. I gotta have my crown next to the top of my name. Yep,
I'm happy to play it on Game Pass. Happy to play it on Game Pass. I'm good with that.
Oh well, you're fine. But when I have that little crown on, you just say, "Hey, Mike, remember, I'm the king."
Maybe with Forza Horizon 5.
I'll say that.
I'll upgrades, and then you have all the goodies for.
Yeah, I did that. Then when the original game went on sale, I went and bought it at a discount.
Well, X, I'll wave to the king while I'm driving by.
All I got to do is say one thing: I'm gonna do an Avenged Sevenfold. Hail to the king. Hail to the knights. I'm done. You better know that song, dude.
I know that song. I know that well. So
It's much more high pitched than that, though.
it is. It is.
I know, but I don't have that
we do
kind
know
of-
his voice.
I want to hear it, Sir X, man. Do it.
No,
I'm just
dude,
kidding,
no,
man.
no, no, no.
Hail to the king!
Oh my
Oh.
goodness.
Man, I love you, Hams.
No. So
But
I did also then, so we can, come out while I'm getting this kind of running a bit, because I want to show that high, an error occurred. Please play again later. Hold on. I want to show that hi-fi rush because I ended up, all right, let me just do it this way. I ended up streaming that. I was streaming GoldenEye, right? Because I was
I
like,
saw
all
that.
right,
I was there when you
play
got
some
stuck.
gold. Yes, so we're not talking about that right now. We're not talking about that.
Are we talking about gold?
Yeah, GoldenEye.
Well, we can.
GoldenEye.
I mean, we can certainly talk about GoldenEye.
He forgot to go back and talk to somebody when he was trying to figure out how to get into the laboratory.
Why you got to be like that, X? Why you got to be
Because
like
I
that?
speak the truth.
So
But GoldenEye looks like fun.
it is. I'm a little. I was a little
Perturbed.
disappointed that
Because they went pure retro.
there was no enhancements at all. Like at all. This game was pretty much just a straight 1-to-1 port of the N64 game wrapped around the Xbox controller. And I loved
Nintendo got all
GoldenEye.
the upgrades. Nintendo got all the upgrades for
They got
themselves.
They got the online
Stop
play.
it.
They
Stop
got the
it.
online
Nintendo didn't
play.
get anything good. They have to map their own controller.
They do. But at
Yeah,
least you can play
They
this.
have literally the 64 version. They have to map their controller.
But
Yeah,
at
but the game
least-
looks better on a smaller screen than it does on a big screen, probably.
Well, I don't
Sir
know.
X-Men, they flat out disrespected this game. They flat out disrespected.
flat out. Talk it, Ham.
Like,
Go ahead.
They should have
there's
remastered it.
nothing. I mean, they should have just did something that says, "Hey, we give a damn about this franchise." Like, bro, I don't understand. I'm about to go off on a tangent.
Go it.
I
Let's do
Do
it.
your
apologize.
thing.
No,
You pull out the
no.
Mogwai. Pull
Let's
out the
do it.
Mogwai.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
So, like,
Oh,
like,
you're supposed to say, "Let me clear my throat, Hams."
oh my goodness. So yeah, sure, for sure. Let me clear my damn throat because I'm about to let loose on this a little bit. So I come from, like as I said in my history before, like I loved my 64 back in the day. I mostly played, like I said, like Super Smash Brothers and stuff like that. But anybody that was anybody played 007 GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. If you don't remember the Klob Golden Gun or laptop guns and stuff like that, you just weren't there. You had to be there. And I mean, you can kind of be there with this, but I feel like with them bringing this back, they missed on so many parts that could have just made this game just insane for 2023. And first of all, like as you were saying, they did. I mean, all they did was slap 4K on it, pretty much. And
Did they though? Because it didn't feel 4K.
They slapped an up-res on it, but what they didn't really do is really up-res or they didn't do any the fine detail stuff, which is really weird because it seemed like it took a while for them to get this all figured out. So I thought they would have put a little bit more time and care into something like this. Second of all, it's different. Like the two ports of this with the Nintendo and the Xbox are two just they both suck. So I hear Sir X-Man saying, oh, well, it looks better on the smaller screen, sure. But let's not pretend that Nintendo didn't get screwed in this deal either, because they totally got screwed with it, with the controls of it, with just an all-around upgrade when it was on their platform first. And I thought that was just insanely disrespectful to do to Nintendo. But for the Xbox, but for the Xbox version, I mean, let's all keep it real. The first thing that we think of is what? Multiplayer. Why aren't we able to play multiplayer in this game? It makes absolutely zero sense to me. You may be able to do it on the Nintendo, but the Nintendo version is not like a traditional multiplayer. It's like your couch co-op with somebody. You're not running the multiplayer through the game. You're running the multiplayer through the Switch. Two totally different things. I just can't believe that they took something that was so loved by so many people, and in this day and age of playing video games, what do these platforms ask you to do? They tell you to get your own console at this point. If you want to play with your friends, get your own console. Hell, me and my wife, we're both playing Halo. We're not playing on the same console. We're in the same household, but we're not playing on the same console. I'm either on the PC and she's on the Series X, or she's on the Series S and I'm on the Series X, or one of them jumbles of things. Most people that played GoldenEye are now grown. They own their own house. They or have an apartment. You know, they're doing their own thing. They got kids, or whatever. They are not couch co-oping with anybody anymore. How are you going to miss out on one of the main things that this game could have utilized? Because back in the day, I remember playing like Turok Rage Wars, playing Perfect Dark, and playing GoldenEye, and being like, man, this would be amazing if I could pull up with my friends right now. Even later on, after years to come, when I had the original, not the original Xbox, but the Xbox 360, and online gaming was like, because pretty much the 360 and the PS3 pretty much told everybody, go get your own damn console if you want to play with other people. That was the point where they really started to merge multiplayer from couch to online. And I really just, I cannot believe that they came out with a game in 2023 that's known for multiplayer to be a couch co-op game still. And then on top of it, what makes matters worse is they just put so little effort into really improving the way this game looks. Because I think you could have looked past the multiplayer, or you could have looked past the graphics if they would have did one of those really well. But one they didn't do at all, and the other one, it feels so minimal.
I want to add to what you said, Ham. How many people out there do you know that hook up more than one controller to their system now? Nobody.
I have more than one controller hooked up to my console, just because when one dies, I can go to the next.
But you know what I'm saying? Playing with somebody else. How many people do that now?
Minimal.
Nobody that I know. There aren't Minecraft does split screen, but how many people really play Minecraft and split screen?
I mean, look at It Takes Two. It Takes Two was smart enough to give you the option of playing either on your couch with somebody else or playing across the world with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how did they miss that? It looks so obvious. You lost out on potential millions of dollars from because nostalgia will drive money. Nostalgia drives freaking money.
People would have bought this game.
In my opinion, they crapped the bed on this one, and it's everywhere.
And Yobi said, to make matters worse, the original team who made the game was ready to do this port, and they went with two other, like, they were made by two different developers, the Switch version and the Xbox version, and neither of them fit the bill. Like I was legitimately just, I was playing it for nostalgia, but the truth of the matter is, without,
You felt isolated. You wanted to play with other people.
well, I just wanted to feel like there was something worth it playing it for, I guess. That there was some I played this when I was younger, and this is a game that partially holds up. I'm not gonna say it's horrible, but it only partially holds up. It needed to have something to show, hey, what else? Or it could have used like a like what Microsoft did with Halo Anniversary, right? You want to play the original look, hit the Y button.
Yeah.
You want to play in a new look, hit the Y button and it changes. They didn't
even
do
made
that.
improvements to the original Perfect Dark and the Rare Replay. I mean, they upgraded that, but
Yeah.
they couldn't upgrade this.
No, apparently not. And that's the shame of it, is that this could have been something. I'm right with you guys. This could have been something special, and it just turned out to be what's really wild is what took this so long. Like, they announced this was hinted at a year
Is it
ago.
MGM
I don't know.
or Data Bottleneck? Might have been them.
Or Nintendo themselves. I mean, this is Rare. This is old Rare Soft, so this is still Nintendo's game. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's James Bond, so you also have to have the MGM licenses.
Yeah,
they probably had to
MGM,
renew them. Yeah. But
Like isn't that under like Amazon or something now or something like that?
yes,
Yeah.
MGM is Amazon.
Yes, you're right.
I'm waiting.
So
for
they
them to
own
put out
the IP of this title, not I'm guessing Nintendo's using MGM's license
Right.
for this.
for the namesake.
Right.
So to me, it's just like I'm just whenever I get disappointed about these games, I feel like people feel like me or maybe many others that talk about these games are harping on the developers. And like one thing I want to get clear is like, dude, I'm not making fun of developers. I'm not making fun of any of those types of people. I'm making fun of the people in the boardrooms that hit the gavel and said, you know what, this is good enough. You know what,
Yeah.
this is great. This is fine.
Put this out.
This is yeah. So it's like, how did somebody like, read through the notes and then say, we're going through with this and feel proud of it and say, you know what, this is gonna bring back memories for everybody. It's gonna bring back memories for a couple weeks for the way that they did this game.
Yeah.
The way they did this game, it's gonna be gone as soon as a new Xbox title drops in there.
Well,
Hey, Hams, it could be one of those situations
It might be
where
gone now.
the person that said okay didn't know anything about gaming either, and where it's at now.
yep.
The developers are already fighting for their lives about this game right now. People are already complaining. They already, the developers for this game already answered back with the crowd's frustration or whatnot. I don't remember what news site has it, but just go online and look that up.
Oh, their
That's
Twitter.
interesting.
Yeah, their Twitter account was like, "Hey, we can answer some things, but we can't answer other things." And I'm like, "There's only one question to answer. Where's the damn online play?" Marceau said the devs lied as well by saying 60 FPS is not possible, but fan ports did it. And I don't remember any of the fan ports myself, but you're telling me you couldn't remaster this?
As powerful as these consoles are. now since that game came out.
Unlock the frame rate. You can't unlock the frame rate? Sorry. And you're right, because you know what's going to end up taking, what is going to end up, and it probably already has, is the game that they did stealth drop. And that's Hi-Fi Rush. And, oh shoot, I meant to, you know what, I had that stream up for a reason. Give me a sec. Because I got so frustrated playing the game that I went ahead and said, screw it, you know, I'm going to play Hi-Fi Rush because I wanted to see what that was about.
And you streamed it too.
Yep.
Yeah, you did.
This was that stream I did on I think it was Thursday or Friday. And
I
you know what I mean? Like you used the cloud gaming thing to play it.
I did.
And I thought that was interesting that you did that.
I used the Xbox Cloud Gaming to play it, and it worked
fantastic.
great.
And
yeah,
hey, Mike, I even hear this game has a switch where you can switch it for stream to play the licensed music and not the unlicensed music.
Yeah,
it does.
That's cool.
But I tell you what, even the unlicensed music, it's tight. It's good music all the way around.
No strike, right?
So far, so good.
Cool.
So far, so good. But
I
even
wish
at
more
that,
games did that.
I mean, the animation, the gameplay. This is how you develop a game, and it wasn't that big a game. I think it was like 15 gigs. But
I got it downloaded. It's about 15 gigs on PC too.
Yeah, I mean Tango's got a friggin' winner here.
Can you see a part 2 in the future?
Maybe. I'd like.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't finished the story yet, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm working on it. But I tell you,
Ham's beat it.
Did you?
I didn't beat it. No, I didn't.
I thought you did.
Oh. Hang on, I'll be right back. By the way.
No, I got to the 3rd boss so far.
Yeah, then you went back to Ark Survival. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've been on Ark. Man, I've been working on Ark. But yeah, it's 14.36 gigs on PC. It's a gig per hour a game that you get in that.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. That's that's a pretty tight. I mean that's a pretty tight file with there to be able to have 15 hours worth of play on it.
And you can run it to 120 frames a second on PC.
Oh yeah, easy. That's how I've been playing. Is on PC. But my buddy Matt Likes Games, which did a fantastic impressions video for that game. Matt Likes Games, you guys should look him up. Dope dude in the community. I talk to him like every night. But he did a little impressions review on it for the Series S, and I tell you, it runs just as good on there, man.
Oh,
I mean, they did a magnificent job making sure it ran everywhere well. It's insane. So rare, especially with the weather of what Forspoken gave us in Callisto Protocol, and even Dead Space on PC right now is kind of rough.
We're not going to talk about that because I made a comment in a chat on the stream, and I'm not saying no names, but somebody got offended at me when I said a new IP that's never been tested, like those 2 games right there, should not have a $70 price. IPs that's been out forever that have proven themselves, I can respect that being 70, but not a new IP. And the IPs that they brought came broken. That's just my thought on it. You know,
I'll tell you the same thing I said on Mega's show.
Oh yeah, I brought
Elden
that
Ring
on the show too.
Elden Ring ruined $70 games. Elden Ring ruined
it was only $60.
It was $60 and it did everything that everybody wanted. It was only $6, and then a little while and during the exact same time, Horizon Forgotten West came out, and like, oh my goodness, like it ate that game alive. And then the only game that I've seen that's like worth $70, I'll actually give Horizon the benefit of the doubt. Sure, why not? They did a lot. They put a lot of work into that game. Sure.
Yeah, they fixed
And as you said just a moment ago, Sir X-Men, it's proven. It's a fairly proven game for it, like it's a sequel.
Mhm.
Same with God of War. It was a sequel, and everybody knew before the game even came out, this is gonna be worth it. I'm
It's a
gonna be
proven
here
game.
for this
It's
game.
a proven title.
But Callisto Protocol, they fooled everybody into thinking that they were proven.
And Forsaken.
And then Forspoken, it was a train wreck ever since they showed that game off last year.
Because the game looked nothing like the trailer that we saw.
It didn't.
It didn't look nothing like the trailer we saw. And I said, when I was watching people play the demo, I was like, what the heck is this? What
It's
is
a fun
this?
game. It's a fun game, but it's
not worth $70.
To come out $70. I'm just like, oh no, y'all.
Maybe
Y'all
part
are
two.
reaching on this one.
Maybe part two, if it had been successful, was $70.
Right.
But not a new title that's never been proven. A Tomb Raider. If a Tomb Raider comes out, that's worth $80. I'm just not trying to put that out there for people to jack up the price. But Tomb Raider is a proven series. You know what I'm saying? Something like that is worth it.
Hi-Fi Rush outsold Forspoken
And it was only
On
$30.
Steam. for $30.
Yep.
Outsold it.
And people bought the $40 version pretty much.
And I bet that the numbers for this on Game Pass are going to be fierce.
I know people who bought it, Mike. I know people who bought this game on the Xbox. They was like, this is a treasure. I'm going to keep this. I got to get my A level up. You know, a lot of people know, even though it's not going nowhere, a lot of people, they supported the developer. And
Right.
that's all you want. You make a good game, people going to support you and buy you. You know, because people do feel pride about supporting a developer that brings you something good. They won't buy your game if you bring them something bad. It's been that way in everything in history, no matter what you buy. If you got something bad out there, you know, it's not going to sell. And that's what killed
terrifies me. Square
We're
Enix
not
What does?
terrifies me.
We're not talking about that.
What does?
Square
Square
Enix.
Enix.
Oh,
And
It
that game's
seems
supposed
like-
to be coming to Xbox in about a year, you said, or something like that. That Forsaken.
Oh, well, I don't know
They can
if
keep
that's
it on.
gonna
They
come.
can keep it on the PlayStation.
Yeah, I don't know if that's coming to Xbox, but I just know that
Yeah, it's
Square
folded.
Enix is just.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Peter?
Maybe it gets vaulted real quick. Lock this out.
Unless it's
Yeah,
Final Fantasy, it's terrifying
Yeah,
on Square
well,
Enix.
Let's go
Yeah.
protocol into the Sony's Game Pass version.
well, does it? I mean, they're Square has had some very hit and miss work in the last few years. I mean,
Oh, that sounds like Remedy.
Let me ask you something, Mike. When's the last time Squares came out with a fresh IP that was great that wasn't Dragon Age or Final Fantasy?
but Dragon Age
thought-
is EA,
Dragon Age is
so you can't even give them that. Well, they don't have Tomb Raider anymore, so you can't say that.
Also wasn't a new IP though.
Also wasn't a new IP. What was that one? Outlast? Kickback? What was that game that came out? The game that, is that the one that
Like
came
People
out
Can
for?
Fly? You talking about the people that they clearly disrespected in front of everybody?
Yep.
Oh right, yep.
They weren't happy with that game.
But Outriders ended up being a hit on Xbox though when it was in Game Pass. It ended up being a hit. I know so many people that played Outrider. It was just ridiculous, dude. They loved it.
But they started effing around with balancing and other stuff and made it all crappy.
mean,
But I
other
think
than-
they fixed
And everybody
it in the
stopped
long
playing
run.
it. Because it's like, why bother?
Other
I
than
think
that,
what happened, Peter, I think when the game came out and it was broken, a lot of people just got sick and tired of broken games, and they just really got tired of it. And I think that's what killed that game in the beginning. People are getting tired of broken games.
Yeah,
I just
and then the
think that
fixes did not help getting people back here. So
No, because it's too late then.
I think Square Enix just has an identity crisis right now. I mean, you see what they say. They're like, we don't want to do anything mobile anymore. We, we're straying away from, the West. And then they're dropping all these, developers and selling them to Embracer. And it's just, and then they talk all this crap about their own developers out loud. And it's just like, dude, like it seems like they just need some help. Like they need somebody to steer this ship somewhere back.
NFTs to the rescue. Just kidding.
I need a Mogwai moment on this
Possibly.
topic, on this Square Enix topic real quick. I need a Mogwai moment.
All right. Well, it's after midnight, so we feed you.
I am going to keep it clean for your show, but if I was on the other shows, I would be using some offensive words. I'm not going to do that tonight. Let me clear my throat about Square Enix. You don't pay attention to what's going on. You can't make a better game if no one's funding you, especially when you're having financial problems. But yet, you keep sucking up to Sony to give you a little bit next to nothing to keep your games just on their platforms. But are they funding you for some of these games? I don't think so. So the little bit of money you get when you can go to other gaming companies like Xbox or Nintendo to make games for you, other than help you make games for you, because a lot of these they'll contribute for you, but you are not thinking outside of the box. You're thinking like Sony does, just inside of the box, the old way. You need to get yourself together, get out of this one console exclusive thing, so you can start putting money in your pocket so you can develop more games for yourself with better and higher quality. And stop just depending on Final Fantasy. You have some of the best developers in the world for your Final Fantasies, but you don't put yourself out there for anything else. You get great developers, but because they build games for the Western audience, like a Tomb Raider and that other game that Crystal Dynamics made, you just want to kick them out. Now look what happened, because now Crystal Dynamics is with Amazon, $600 million. Embracer just doubled its price for just one IP. IP. But you couldn't hold that. You had to just ditch them right then and there. That's not for the company. That's just for the IP. So Embracer made their money for one IP. When Crystal Dynamics does a whole bunch of other things, they're still independent. So you need to change your way of thinking. I know you're not going to hear this. So you can compete in this industry. That's why, I got to say this, that's why Microsoft came to the rescue of Activision. Because Activision said, we need help, we can't sustain it. Because they only pretty much deal with one IP. They want Microsoft so they can back them for more IPs that they probably have ideas for, but they can't afford to do it because of how much money and time they put into Call of Duty. So you need to just change your way of doing things, or else you are going to be one of these companies, just like a lot of these companies and developers, that end up going out of business because they could not sustain themselves. I'm done, and I kept it clean, and move on.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
The point of all this is what you get when you've got a talented studio.
Yes, they are.
And puts together just a fun, straight up, kick-ass game. This is just such a cool game.
I know, right? I can't wait to play it.
Yeah. Did I miss Hasslehoff coming in? I
He
see.
just came
Welcome. Okay. Hey, what's up, Hassie?
You notice the way he's carrying that axe is like the guy on what's that Disney game that Square made? How he's carrying the key?
Kingdom
Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, it looks like how he's carrying the key in Kingdom Hearts, the way he's running with it.
Yeah, kinda. This is a game that gave me almost instant Jet Set Radio, just with, of course, combat and stuff. But this is just what you do when you want to bring out a new IP and you just make something fun and easy. Well, somewhat easy.
Got that old school vibe, Mike. That's why it looks so much fun.
It does. It's also a little bit, if we're being honest, it's a little bit outside of that Xbox stigma. This looks a little bit like a PlayStation type game, like a game that you would see.
I was thinking like a
PlayStation 2.
PS1 or PS2,
on
yeah.
PS2 or something like Xenoblade or something like that on a Nintendo platform. This is not the typical game you would get on an Xbox platform from an Xbox first-party studio. And that speaks to the breadth and diversity of the studios that they've culminated. That people don't understand. Tango Gameworks correct me if I'm wrong, but they're an Asian studio.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's something they've never had, and now you've got a first party game that is on your platform that represents a type of game you really haven't had before. And I think there's something to be said about that. And I think that there's something.
Go ahead.
I just think there's something that games like this make that cost to Bethesda so much more worth it than just we're
Fact.
the normal things we know about. Go ahead, X.
What was that game that Microsoft made? There was a platform with a female in the desert and stuff like that, and she had to get these orbs and things.
Recore.
Recore.
Yeah.
I think that developer should be the one that makes Recore 2.
Tango?
Yeah, I think they should make Recore 2. Because this is beautiful.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Could you imagine with that engine in a Recore 2? I think that would be incredible.
And it's hard to see it because I'm having some tech. I think I need to upgrade my OBS to the latest version because I'm having a couple other technical difficulties.
Yeah, some people had to upgrade their OBS last week.
This is running at 60 FPS. I was streaming this at 60 FPS and it was smooth as silk.
It's really smooth on the stream, dude. We're watching the stream. It's smooth on the stream. You have no stutters.
What Ham was saying at the beginning was, this is actually what you see was streamed across Xbox Cloud Gaming. I didn't even get a chance to download this. I was in that mode of all right, let me check it out. Let me get me the hell away from GoldenEye. And you know what? Hey, I hear some things about this. I hear it's a rhythm-based game. I hear it's, let me give it a shot. But I don't want to download it, and I don't want to waste people's time on stream. Oh, look, I can stream it. So even as good as this looks, I can't imagine. I mean, it's going to be in 4K when I download it, because what you're seeing here is 1080, which is all the stream does. But this is going to look even better as I'm playing it when I download the native version of it. And thank you, Darth. Praxis said you are a technical difficulty. Thank you.
That was evil, bro. That was cool.
Especially since, hold on, especially since.
Welcome to the original Next Level Gaming.
I added him. That's his voice. He did that for us, and I added that to our intro video. And this is how I get treated.
Praxis is cool, man.
He is.
I got a couple words for this game.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
It's a pretty fantastic game, and I tell you, when I seen the announcement for it, like I was still down about Forza, and that's how they wanted you to feel. Like, they did it on
purpose, didn't they?
And that's why I said what I said earlier with us doing all this speculation about Starfield and Forza. Like, they know that they frustrated some people, but what they also know is they got that mind share out of you now. They got you thinking. They got you guessing what's coming next. But as for this game, very, very good, very well optimized on all platforms type of game. Reminds me, and before I get into it, I'm not sure if you guys knew, but yeah, Tango is definitely an Eastern development company, and some of the people that work there actually came from Capcom. Okay. So I found that funny because before I even knew that, I was saying that this game reminds me of Devil May Cry. Because not only do you have that
I didn't think about that.
You know, B, C, D kind of like thing going on, but the energy of the character reminds me a lot of Dante, but more of a PC version of him. Right? He's very much of a butthead. He doesn't like to listen to anybody at all. And he thinks he can just take care of it all on his own. Very much like Devil May Cry, in my opinion, except wrapped up in a different way with rhythm mechanics added to it. It's a fantastic game. I highly recommend, if you haven't tried this game, at least do what Myke did and stream it. If you have Game Pass, give it a try. But it's only like 15 gigs. It's 14.63 gigs on the PC where I'm playing it. And I tell you what, with my 3080, it's just chef's kiss. I get anywhere between like 100 FPS all the way up to like 164, which is what my monitor does.
Damn.
So it's phenomenal. It looks really good. I love the play that they did in between the cutscenes, where it's kind of gives you that kind of it gives you that kind of old school kind of look in the cutscenes with like because the frame rate goes down to 60, like if you're playing it on PC for the cutscenes and whatnot. But the way they did it was just it's just really beautiful. It looks like you're watching an anime in high fidelity. It looks great.
Oh god,
I also like the animation is so smooth. It's super tight.
It really is.
Tell us more, Peter. Tell us more.
But it's funny because when they first showed this trailer at the beginning, I thought, oh, that's really cool. And then I was like, it's a rhythm game. I was like, oh. So I was not too excited about it.
That's what you was thinking.
But once I started playing it, it's like, it is cool. It is tight. They did a phenomenal job.
How the mechanics feel on it to you, Peter?
Good. Very smooth. I mean, it's one of the better rhythm kind of games.
One of the
I play Rock Band, so this might be right up my alley.
It's not quite like Rock Band.
I know, but I know. I used to play Barappa, dude. And the higher you got in Barappa, the harder to keep up with the rhythm got. Yeah. You know it did. Yeah, so I can deal with this.
You know, and you're right. They're based out of Tokyo. I was just looking them up. So they're based out of Tokyo. They were bought by ZeniMax in 2010, and have been there ever since. I mean, these are the folks behind Evil Within, right? These are the folks that did, those games.
Makes it even more insane.
Exactly. Makes me want to go play Evil Within because I've never played that.
Me neither.
It makes me want to go play those. So,
I know the game looks good, and I like the gameplay. It's fun. Like I said, it reminds you of a what Jet Grind Radio Future and a what's that other game Microsoft debuted when the original Xbox One came out. I can't get it out of my brain. The one where you slide on it and grind so much.
Sunset Overdrive.
Sunset Overdrive. It's like a mixture of those two.
Yeah, it's got that kind of style.
I like that.
Except 60 FPS, where Insomniac couldn't do that.
And better graphics, too.
So, well, to be fair, you're talking about two semi-generations of machine. I can't...
Correct.
I would hope that minus a design choice that, Insomniac, if they were bringing out Sunset Overdrive on an Xbox today, would look like this. But
we'll never see that.
Nope. Which is fine because I'll be playing this. So
It's cool though. I might give it a try. I can't use my pedals to play a racing game, so I might as well pick up something with my controller and play.
That's true.
Don't tap that rhythm with your feet though.
Right.
I can't do that. It hurts.
I know.
My son got to help me out of this rig. So.
No. Hey, have a good night, Brother Nick. We'll see you tomorrow night. Nick, two of the three guys tomorrow night, Geeks with Cash, Retro Advisory Board, and he's not hanging out with us tonight. He usually does. DJC Game Studios, some members of the Gamers United Guild, Amico Forever tomorrow night. That's gonna be a wonderful show. I know we still are. So I keep thinking about that. I was gonna say something about it tonight too, because Ham, you said you have a 5-year-old. I was thinking, now your 5-year-old plays, big boy consoles like my kids do. But I'm testing out a console that's kind of perfect for that age range. So that hopefully comes out this year. I have to fill you in a little bit more about it.
Can't talk about it, of course.
No, I'm under NDA. I can tell you about it, but I can't show anything publicly yet.
Or talk about it publicly. Yeah, that's understandable.
Well, some things. I could talk about it. We're talking about it for 2 years. So. Oh my God. All right. So, gonna finish this one when I can, and gives me good vibes for what Tango's future looks like, and it makes me want to go play Evil Within.
Nobody was expecting this. Why am I echoing?
I don't know. I don't hear it.
I heard it too.
All right.
That's weird.
So,
but yeah, let them make games that they want to make.
Exactly.
Good stuff will come out of it.
Yep.
Because I didn't even know this game was being made.
Oh, surprises! Don't tell us for 3 years what you're working on, and each time show a little bit or whatever. It's getting old. Just
thank you.
Show me when you're ready.
Thank you. Or just put it out at a press event like you just did.
Yeah. We'll see. I actually want to add something to that real quick, just real fast. Game Pass right now, with this kind of game coming out, yes, sure, it was in development since like 2017, and it was, being worked on before Game Pass, had acquired Bethesda, or Xbox has acquired Bethesda, but you can just tell, or you can just see now with this game coming out, with Pentiment coming out, and whatever other smaller games these larger development teams have, you can see that Game Pass is able to kind of support these smaller games and give them the opportunity to be shown out in a big in a big way, and still have big games like, you know, Halo or Starfield or Redfall within the service, and then all these other great third-party games that are just helping support these developers to be able to have time and the funds to be able to come out with a passion project like this.
I have a question for you guys on this game. So this game came out initially probably as a AA game. Do you think it has turned into a AAA game status now?
No, I don't think but I don't think it has to. I think that this is a conversation that I would love to have, you know, on another show when we've got more time.
Well, Hellblade was a AA, but now it's got AAA status.
It does, but that line is getting more and more blurred as indie developers and as smaller developers are getting better and better at their tool and their trade.
Yeah, but the company that made this wasn't a AA studio, though. This company that made this was not a AA studio, though. They were a AAA studio.
No, but I agree. But it's like asking if Bleeding Edge was a AAA game. It wasn't.
We don't want to talk about that game.
But I'm talking about from a standpoint of what type of game was it, right? Was it a AA? Was it a AAA? You know, you could say that about. I think that. I don't know that I would even care with a game like this.
I know the feeling.
Like I
don't
even
care what any game is.
I know, I'm the same way.
Facts.
You know,
I know.
If it's a good game, I'll play it. If it's a bad game, you can give it like.
Well, I'm not talking about our
whatever it
perception.
is.
I'm just curious about the perception outside. You know what I'm saying?
If it's good, it can be a double B. I don't care.
Right.
Double.
Right. If there's AAA and there's AA, I've never seen an A game. I mean,
it's like Forza. We know Forza, regular Forza when it comes out is always a quad A game. Pretty much always a quad A game. So, you know, they rate that up there high. So as games progress, like Uncharted was the first one was a AA game, but then it advanced to AAA. You know,
I don't know about that. It came from a big internal studio. That came from Naughty Dog. I would have put that as AAA from the start. That had big set pieces. That was big story. Big, you know. I think it. Man, this is all right. We're gonna have the two of you come back on so we can have a discussion as to what constitutes that type of game. And what do you consider? No, I'm serious. I think this would be a fantastic discussion when it's not almost 12:30 at night, and we still have other stuff to talk about.
I make people think that's my problem.
No, but I love it. That just it's an excuse to have you on again. Is what that is.
Oh, Lord.
That is an excuse. We have unfinished business.
I know.
So, but I do want to move into a couple of things, only because we are getting, we're about to cross the 3-hour mark, and there's just so much else to kind of go over, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but when we were talking about that E3 experience earlier, and what is going to happen to E3 if I had a podcast that I did. I brought on a really good guy. He's a friend of mine. He's a great guy. He writes great articles. He's written for like Tom's Hardware and some other places. His name's Tony Polanco. He is a really great game journalist in a sea of crap that's out there. Jason Schreier. And he you know, I put him up with, you know, guys like Ainsley and those guys. You know, I don't always agree with his opinions, but I respect the hell out of him. And we were on about 5 years ago, and I said, because of the advent of what E3 was doing, opening themselves up to the public, you know, back in my day, it was a trade show. I had to, you know, credential myself. I had to credential my staff. I had to show, you know, at Next Level Gaming, I had to have a business license to get in the door. I had to show that our website was an actual viable website with real articles on it, and every one of my team that went with me had to prove that they worked on this site. And now, you know, they made it to where, number one, any dude or lady with a camera, with a cell phone camera, can break news. You know, where I had to walk around with a camcorder, because that's how long ago I went to E3. It was in the 90s, late 90s, early, you know, from 98 to 2007. I had to walk around with a camcorder, and I had to take that stuff into a capture card. And, you know, there was no YouTube. We were storing all of our stuff on our site, on our co-located server where our website was. We didn't have the ability to just instantly tweet out videos, right? And that destroyed the ability for media to cover E3 the way they used to. Then, opening it up to the public boxed out media. Like my friend Tony would tell me how hard it was for him to do what he used to do, because he couldn't even get to the stuff to play. And I mean, back in the day when I was going to E3, I would spend about 95% of my time in meetings with PR people for the various publishers, and about 5% of the time actually walking the floor, playing games and doing stuff. I mean, it was a real job. I mean, it was literally a freaking job. I took my wife like the second year, because we had gotten married in 2001 or 2002 rather, and I took her in 2001 before we got married, and I promised her I'd never take her again, because it was the most boring time for her. Because we never got to hang out. We never got to hang out or do anything, or because I was always in meetings. So now, you know, now there's no stigma to it. EA pulling out of that show was the first sign indicator something was going bad. Nintendo no longer doing live press conferences, only doing their Nintendo Directs and Treehouses, but still having a floor presence. Sony kinda doing stuff, but then ended up just deciding never to show up again. Activision, of course, never showed up. Konami stopped showing up. Microsoft started having their show across the street at their own theater. And now you're hearing that they're not even going to show the big three. Like, they're just going to do their own thing. And it makes a lot of sense, too, because why spend $20 million on a booth when you could just set your own show, bring your fans in to your own place, and do your own thing? And it doesn't even have to be in June. So five years ago, I think it was 5 years ago, I had Tony on and I said, I give it 4 years and E3 will be gone. And I think I'm like a year or two late, but I feel like that prophecy is finally coming true. And by the way, one other thing that really hurt them, especially with the media, was when a lot of the a lot of the press credentials and stuff and passwords and things got leaked and or breached from the E3 site. Really hurt a lot of people. So with all of this going on, I just foresee, you know, I don't think, what was the name of the company? Not Fun Pop. Sorry, Mav's channel. Pop somebody or other that took over managing this show. What was their name?
Skull.
Hang on, I'll check it out. I'll look real quick. They can't save this. I think.
I went to the original E3 back in the early 90s, and it was hosted they had a whole bunch of electronic devices, but it was the start of E3 at the McCormick Place.
You went to
the Consumer Electronics Show.
Yep.
That's where I used to go every year. That's the birth of E3 for those people that don't know.
1998.
That's why I saw Sega there. I saw Nintendo there. I saw Commodore there. I saw all the gaming devices at the time.
Yep.
And it was open to the public. You had the reporters there, but it was open to the public, and it was friendly. It was fine. All gamers got along back then. You know, the media wasn't like it was today. And that was fun. And I said like about 4 years ago, I think, E3's big mistake is they keep it in one location. They need to do it like how the Super Bowl does it, where they change a location every year so more people have the ability to go. Because LA is expensive. And a lot of people can't afford to go unless you're a media personality who's getting the backing, you know, or you live there already. And you need to spread it out more. You know, I mean, I said, but Texas, you know, someplace like that. I know Hams will love that.
Why would I care about Texas? I don't live there.
Whatever.
Oh,
no, you don't. He lives in Zimbabwe or something like that.
Zimbabwe. He lives in Mozambique, but I always tell people he lives in he lives in Africa, but I tell everybody he lives in Texas, and he hates it.
One year, put something in the central area of the country. The next year, throw something on the eastern seaboard. You know, put a happy medium. You know, because in this day and age, a lot of people can't afford that. But if you put E3 going to different locations multiple years and stuff like that, you might have a better gathering. You might get more objective people there, you know? And I think that's what's killing them. People are getting tired of Los Angeles. I hear that all the time. You know, people are getting tired of it. A lot of people cry, why can't you come here like Comic-Con does or have multiple locations? When Comic-Con comes, it comes all over the place with different opinions, different avenues, different locations. People get to see different things all the time, and people will go to those multiple locations. E3 needs to do that. Come back to Chicago for a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say Chicago would be dope, like
Midwest.
Midwest.
McCormick Place. Yeah, come there. You know, I mean, do something like that. You know, LA is not the only place in the world where you have gamers. Right. If you're representing gamers, you need to represent the whole country, not just one place.
Well, so let me ask this though, because and Praxis is kind of where you and I were, because I did go to a winter CES in Chicago. They had summer in Vegas, winter in Chicago. But what are we talking about here? Are we talking about a trade show, or are we talking about a fan consumer show? Because you've already got the fan consumer show in PAX. E3 was a media trade show. That was the whole intent of it. So moving it around, it would be fine if you're opening it up, if you just want to continue to open it up to the public. But I don't think
open it up to the public a little bit. You don't have to.
They do now. You
don't have to have the credentials. You just got to have the money.
No, and I think they're doing that again. They're doing that again this year. They're going to have media from, 2 days, and then they're going to open it up to. You know what? Honestly, they haven't even really gotten their site together, so they're still open for exhibitor inquiries. I don't think they. I'd be honest with you. I'm.
You're on the East Coast, right, Mike? Wouldn't you love to have an E3 over on the East Coast?
I can go to PAX though. I can go up to Boston.
A pure E3, not just PAX, a pure E3. Wouldn't you love to go someplace that's closer to home?
I would, but a pure E3 for me would be a media trade show. I would be going to cover like I used to, right? I wouldn't. You got to remember. So, and like I was saying back at when I went back in the day, I didn't go to play games. I went to go meet with my my yearly meeting with my PR reps at EA and Microsoft and Sony and Sega and all those folks and Take-Two. My job there was to make sure we were continuing to get the support we needed from those publishers and platform holders so that we could continue to cover them long term.
Yours is a different situation, though. I understand that.
And that's what I mean, is that's what's turned this away from actually being E3. It's not the entertainment expo anymore. It's PAX. It's basically a version of a convention. Go ahead.
Think about this aspect real quick, Mike. Okay, so they could take bids up, and they do it all the time for conventions and different things. They could take bids up to see who would give them the best price to host the convention. Make sure that they have enough area for the people that are going to show up. Make sure that the cost benefits, save them money. You know what I'm saying? And then Microsoft and PlayStation might come there because E3 in Los Angeles costs them way too much. And if you could bring the cost down for them to hold these conventions, and hold these shows and events and all that, you can make an area some money because you'd be able to hire some people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's cost effective to go to another state instead of staying in one spot that always charging you way too much.
Well,
and that could make a great convention because then they'd have more money to spend on other, the companies to spend more money on other things in the convention, like bigger displays, bigger shows, longer shows, more things that they want to push out because they're spending less money on the ability to have it there.
Yeah, but remember, if you come to the East Coast with a show like that, that is going to cost Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, all these companies, it's going to cost them more money to fly all that stuff across to build. So you remember the old, let me pull up some old pics. I know you've seen this, you've lived this, but just for people's kind of perspective that may not understand what an E3 of old used to be, I'll just take 2000.
Oh, G4 days.
Yep. Here, I'll just for the moment, I'll take. Here's a young me with my little cell phone, young me with my little flip phone on, playing Madden at the 360.
Are you sure you're not in a GameStop?
That is not a GameStop, sir.
That's how GameStop had it back then.
I know it did. Those were the ones they had. But I remember the big press conferences, right? Yeah. I was sitting. That's my man Peter right there. I was sitting that close to him.
Peter Moore, the greatest
he is
guy to run Xbox back then.
He will always be my favorite. I say this every single time that I talk about my experience back in the day. Peter Moore was one of the nicest guys to me
And people don't know this, but Steve Ballmer, who was in charge of everything, actually was not a bad person.
No, he wasn't. He was boisterous, but he was not a bad person. But I didn't even deal with Peter, but Peter would never miss an opportunity when I was in Microsoft's booth getting ready to meet with my PR folks. You know, I met him at the launch of the Xbox 360. We were in a they were doing an event in New York. One of my writers and I went up, talked to him, and that was back when Shane Kim was running Xbox Studios. You know, I've broken bread with the guy, and he would always take an opportunity when I was in Microsoft's booth to come over, say hi, ask how the family was doing, ask how my kid was doing. At the time, I only had one child.
You know how hard it is to find a flat CRT now, man?
I know. I'm trying to find, for some reason, I can't seem to see. Let me do something else here. Let me go to 2015. But the point I'm trying to get at is 2005, 2015. I didn't go into it. The point I'm trying to get at is a lot of money was spent on booths like this, and this was the Gizmondo. This was a failed.
Oh my god!
Talk about a failed system. Damn, what the hell? Hold on.
What game was that? Oh no, you outside or something? What is that?
No, I wasn't outside. That was the booth for Gizmondo.
What the?
Yeah, that was their booth. That's what I'm talking about. The stuff that they... Yeah.
That's how it was huge.
This is what they built. And what's really sad about it, the Gizmondo was a failed system, but they spent this much money on their booth.
Oh my god.
But they were all also in that area. Like, Microsoft was in Redmond, so they were only a few hours from LA, where they could drive that stuff in and work on it. Here's here's Ubisoft's booth, right? I mean, this stuff was massive. It would cost them a fortune to drag this stuff across country and set up shop somewhere else. So I think that Ham, we've been talking about this. You know, we've been monopolizing this conversation. What say you?
I think it's
what about me?
Talk about E3.
E3.
Oh, with this whole situation.
Yeah.
Oh well, I mean, I think you put it pretty delicately about like price saving and whatnot. So I mean, you made a wonderful point with that. But I mean, as for E3 not being like what it used to be, it probably won't be ever again. With COVID happening and E3 having to take a year off, Sony not being there for the last few, and then everybody figuring out, hey, we can just save money and have this digital, and they can just watch it on YouTube, and we'll get all of the engagement, but none of the cost. Have to deal with any of that and whatnot. Like, people are shifting how they're spending their money, and whether we like it or not, it's just kind of the way it's going. I don't know if E3's done. I still think they got a couple more years left, but are they on kind of a crash course right now? I mean, unless they figure out something big to just kind of, you know, center themselves around, I think they're in deep trouble. But I still think that they have some fight left in them, to at least go for another few years until it comes evident that they're just not needed at all anymore. I don't know how soon that would be though, because they may make a transition with E3 and have a different way of, you know, showing off new things, new products. Will it be as popular as having like, you know, Sega or like Sega or, you know, Xbox or or like EA or PlayStation and stuff like that there. Maybe not, but I think that as long as E3 continues to try to pump out and it may be filled more with like indie developers and stuff like that coming into the future. But I think if they keep having something, I mean, obviously Xbox is going to keep doing their thing. They're going to keep it in their area. And just like many other companies, I think E3 still has some life. It's just kind of it's kind of on life support right now, or at least it seems to be.
Hey, Hams, I got a question on this point. So maybe they don't have to take it out of California. What if they just put it somewhere where it's more economical for them, but still in California?
Sure. I just don't know. I mean, as you were even saying yourself, Sir X Man, the whole dang state is expensive.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The whole dang state is expensive. So
even if Vegas would be good, it's not that far.
And I'm sure, like, when it comes to booking and stuff like this, they probably have to have this stuff done way out. Like, they can't just, we're moving everything for next year. Like, they probably have contracts with like some of these like event centers and stuff like that with what they're going to do and whatnot. And the only reason that it would maybe void something like that is if like what happened with COVID or something like that. So, I mean, I'm just kind of spitballing, but that's just kind of my take on it. I still think it has some life. Long story short.
Okay.
I'm also very optimistic though. So, I mean, I was very optimistic with Halo, and look at where it is right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Peter,
I told you we were not going to talk about that.
we might have to touch on it before we go.
Late.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be 1 a.m. But Peter, what's your thought? And I know you're.
I'm gonna keep it short. I mean, those three were never, last few years they were not really present at E3. Magazines
Right.
across. I don't know what PlayStation out there. I don't know what Nintendo did besides their direct stuff. So that's nothing new. For the rest, probably, smaller studios, smaller publishers, whatever. That's it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how long they can sustain it. I don't know.
Well, that's the biggest issue. Is how long can they sustain? Putting up for the building, putting up. I mean, it's February. I mean, I don't want to alarm anybody, but it's February, and this is what their site looks like right now. Not a frickin' thing. Just coming soon.
It's like the motorsport, 2023.
Don't start. But E3 might have brought it on itself, though, man, because you're charging too much, and these people are getting tired of paying that price for them to show off their stuff. That might be hurting them a lot. Plus, you're charging $600 a ticket just for people to watch it go and watch the floor for 2 days. In this economy, that's a lot. And then you're in LA where when you fly out, everything is expensive. That's a lot. They might not be getting as much people in as they were expecting.
Yeah.
So and it's hurting them.
Yeah. So I mean, at least at the moment, we know it's June 13th through 16th, including the 2 days not open to the public, 13th and 14th. But that's all we know. And that's just by clicking media registration. There's nothing. Nothing. This is a little, I mean, just gonna say, might be a little alarming.
That's a sign right there, dude. if it's canceled, you know how many people got to cancel their flights and try to get the money back and everything, and try to get your money back for paying for a full ticket to E3.
Yeah, I mean, this tells me the fact that they it sounds like they're not going to have the big three at all. You're not. I guarantee you, Activision Blizzard's not going to be there because they're in the middle of this. They're in the middle of this acquisition fight going on. Konami doesn't have anything. EA hasn't been there in like 7 years. Who's left? I mean, don't get me wrong. The indie developers used to be in the basement, of the building, but they've got PAX. PAX is an indie show, and they've got 4 of those. East, West. Well, they've got 3 now. East, Prime, and well, maybe they only got 2. East and Prime.
You got a lot of your big ones showing at PAX too.
Right.
Not just indies. They're using PAX.
They are using PAX. That's a very good point.
And it's cheaper.
And it's much cheaper. So, I mean, indies really aren't going to take over E3. So what's left? That's why I think, look, when you click on exhibitor inquiries, it literally brings up Outlook. Please email. So they don't even know. There's a possibility no one is coming to this show because without some presence, even if it's Microsoft across the street, right? At least the people who are across the street at the Microsoft Theater could wander over to the main show and check out all the other stuff going on the main show floor.
Correct.
All of that stuff just points to they don't even have an exhibitor list yet. And who's going to want to sign up for this with the advent that maybe nobody's going to come and see it?
It's their own fault, dude. It's the people that run the convention that it's their fault.
Yeah.
They got greedy just like everything else out there. They got greedy.
And didn't know how to pivot. I just believe that the stigma of E3 always was the coverage that came out of it, right? Some of our strongest numbers that we would do on our NL Gaming site was always post E3. And I can give me a sec.
And the biggest things that were showed from these conventions were things you didn't even know about.
Right.
I remember I see Xbox games and PlayStation's games that they didn't even put on their stage that was shown, where people going around, the floor looking at this, and a lot of people went, ooh, and I looked at the video and I was like, ooh, that looks cool, what they playing. I didn't even know about that game. That's how I found SSX.
Yeah. And by the way, you remember this too, X. The E3 was also in May.
Right. It wasn't in the summer.
Some of our biggest numbers that we did. This was our thank you again. Shout out to the Internet Archive, the Internet Wayback Machine, archive.org, who happened to capture 534 of our old website pages. But
nice.
all of we used to do great numbers on E3 stuff. So here's from May 18th. I was a young buck back then. My E3 2006 Gears
of War.
Yeah. And we named that year we named Gears of War our game of the show. So unfortunately, Archive didn't save a whole lot of our pictures, but I have all these pictures. Like, I've got these saved because we had to store them on our server. But I mean, this is the kind of stuff that would get us huge numbers. But they, you know, I couldn't write this stuff on the show floor. I couldn't like turn my camera around and do an Insta video on Twitter. We didn't have that stuff back then. I had to basically take all this stuff home, write it up, or sit at the hotel room, and people would wait for it. People would literally hang on the media to get their information.
That's when we had GamePro and games like this and things like that to tell us about that stuff.
Right. But we don't.
That's when we had G4 actually G4 had the money because it was Comcast to go to the floor of E3 and show us stuff.
Right.
You know, it was different back then. You actually had to go to G4 to watch E3.
Basically. Or you waited for us to get our stuff up.
Correct.
You know, IGN and GameSpot, you know, they had money. We didn't have money. We basically our site was really survived off of pop-up ads. But what it did was it afforded us the ability to pay to get into the show, pay for our hotel, pay for our food, and then we bought our own airline tickets. And so, you know, that's the extent of what we could afford. Where IGN could get in there, get their own suite, you know, bring in 12 people so that some people could be writing stuff up while other people are. We didn't have that luxury.
IGN is based on it in LA, so.
Yeah, and we just didn't have that. We didn't have that luxury. So, but anyway, all the kind of point is, I just when that stigma was no longer there, I think that's what has caused this to get in this position of dying.
Yeah, I remember when GameStop used to give people, some of their employees, tickets for E3, and they would have the ability to go to E3, so they could, you know, come back and tell them what's new and what's not new. GameStop used to do that back in the day, but they stopped years and years ago doing that for their employees. So, I mean, it just started to curve down then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It is what it was, man. It looked like digital media is affecting E3 too.
Yep. But that might have been the most poignant thing that I've heard anybody say about this. It is what it was. that wow.
The future progresses, man.
Yep. You know what's funny too? I'll show this. I was just clicking around, and it's amazing what this site has kept. So we did and then we'll wrap up our 2006 post. You guys remember the big thing about 2006, right? The PlayStation 3 reveal.
Oh yes, yeah. Pay $600. You work 2 jobs. Yeah.
So this is what I wrote coming out of there. Let me see if I can get it. $5.99. That's the only thing I could think about Monday night and Tuesday morning. I've had the hardest time wrapping my brain around $600 for the PlayStation 3, and it wasn't helping that Ken Kutaragi and Phil Harrison, remember that guy? That guy burned down everywhere he touched. Were all over the place trying to explain to me why that was actually cheap for their game console. And that was the
cell processor, the most advanced processor in the world in our console.
Right.
That nobody could really, they had a hard time programming for. Yeah. Oops.
But, you know, I did get to play games, right? So, you know, Gran Turismo HD was amazing. Warhawk looked amazing. They had that cool controller, you know, at the time, the motion control.
The 6-axis.
Yeah,
the 6-axis. Thank you.
Fun. With Hawks, that was fun.
But
Took a while to get used to, but it was fun.
Yeah, but it wasn't enough to. It wasn't enough, but you know, and no sign
And then
of
they
Killzone
came out with
anywhere.
another version that was cheaper, where they took away the backwards compatibility.
Yep.
Mhm.
So I mean,
I think it was the U60 versions that had the backwards compatibility.
yeah.
Yeah.
So anyhow,
it is what it was. You would think they
It
would learn
is
their
what it
lesson by
was.
now, but they don't.
nope. And they're gonna react to it. Yeah. Praxis, I was at that press conference. I sat there like everyone else when he went $599 and I turned to my buddy Dan, who was the other guy who was writing this stuff up, and I said, the hell did he just say? Because
But you know what? And
$599.
then Microsoft, in their press conference that same day, gave everybody in the stadium an Xbox 360. I remember that day. They gave
So-
everyone a 360, dude.
Well, which
Remember that,
well,
Mike?
I do, but we didn't get one because we were already getting our my dev unit and my and our retail one at launch. So we were left off that list on purpose.
Well, yeah, but everybody else
What
in
I
the
did
stadium
get,
got one.
hold on, what I did get. Hopefully they're down here.
Oh God, I got him up walking.
Hold on,
That's what he pulls out.
I know, right? He can't help himself. He got to. He digging too. You hear him?
Yeah.
Digging.
It's in the other box, Mike.
What the hell is it? Hold on. What I did get the year before that Larry Herb handed us all
Ooh.
was the E3 2005 faceplate for the 360. And then that same year, pour one out from my... I liked them back then. Pour one out for Mad Catz. This was the Mad Catz E3 faceplate.
I used to rock the black faceplate.
I've got a ton of faceplates. I collected the faceplates.
I miss changing faceplates, dude. That was so much fun.
I only had one, and that came with a console. That was it.
With the
I
rings
got
around them.
one for Gears. I got one for FIFA. I got one for Viva Pinata. I got a whole great collection of for stuff that like games people forgot, like the outfit. I got one for Forza.
Oh my.
Yes, my man.
Oh, stop moving. There we go.
My man brings out his Dreamcast. That's what I'm talking
Keep on
about.
dreaming.
Uh-huh. And I still got the module.
You guys in the chat. You know, I want to apologize. I am usually much more attentive to the chat, but it's because I can see it ahead of me, and not having the chat on screen just does not make this the same experience. So I promise you guys in the chat that by next week I will have this fixed. Oh, nice. Now, is yours? Mine's modded to play imports. Is yours?
I got a 4 meg RAM card. I don't need to.
I got a switch
I
on the
got
side of
an
mine.
action replay. I ain't got to do. I just drop the action replay, and the game just plays. They
Ham's over
still
here
sell
going.
them. You can still buy action replays, dude. They got them on Amazon.
Ham's over here going. Will these two shut the hell up? already?"
No, I was just thinking I really want an action replay.
You can
I
get
really
them,
do.
dude. That way you can play the imports, man.
Oh.
Yeah, I got that. That's for the Saturn or the action replay. That's how I
Yes.
do Marvel versus the X-Men versus Street Fighter game, because you need that card because of the 4.
You do to get all the animation and stuff.
Yeah,
So
you need that. So yeah.
And here, just for you, Darth. Even though you can't see them because the pictures are. We did rate the booth babes that year too. In 2006, it was subdued, but that didn't stop the babes of E3 from coming out. They just needed to be clothed this year.
Booth babes.
But that didn't make them any less cute. And then I had, and that was the year. 2006 was the year that I met. The hell is his name? George Lowe. He's the guy who played Space Ghost in Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Oh, nice.
I got to meet him. I got and the signed poster that's up there that he signed. Hang on that.
Let's say this, but you made me think of something. There's a game I want backwards compatible. I love the Stranglehold, man. I wish that game would come back.
John Woo's Stranglehold?
Oh my God, that game was. These people this day need to experience that game, man.
Oh man.
Did you ever play it, Hams?
Uh-uh.
Was that the only John Woo? Was that the only John Woo game? I thought there was another.
No, if there was, it wasn't nothing like Stranglehold.
And here we go. Here's me and George Lowe, the voice of Space Ghost. Look how young I was. George Lowe? No, he's still alive.
Oh, okay.
That was
breaking news.
Wow, look at you.
I know, I was young.
You were fatter then.
I was fatter then. Yes, I was. I was a little bit chunkier then. My wife fed me well.
Mike's shrinking. He'll shrink to like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. That was a great year. That was my second
pick, dude.
That was my last official year at E3, and then I had to give the site up because, you know, at that time, so my oldest was born in 2004, and it's fine, you know, when he's a baby and you can work around. I had a full-time job. I came home and I did nothing but NLG, writing articles, playing games, doing reviews, making videos, yada yada.
Kids make everything change.
When he turned 2, and I went to 2 E3s with him home with mom. And one of those 2 E3s, he got deathly sick. And I tried to come home, and my wife wouldn't. She was like, "No, don't worry about it. He's fine." You know, and I worried all week. When he turned 2 and started to need his dad, I was like, I can't do the site anymore. I actually sold it to my then co-founder. There were 3 of us that co-founded and Next Level Gaming. I sold it to him for $1. So I'm like, just take it, take the business license, you know, keep going. In 2013, when I wanted to start this channel, I went to him and I said, "You still have the license or anything like that?" He's like, "No, it expired," because he never kept up on it. He never renewed it, but it's dormant. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna bring the name back in a YouTube channel. Do you have any problem with that? And him and my other co-founder, we did like 2 shows together back in the very first. And then he's like, I can't do this. I'm like, all right, I still want to keep going. He's like, all right, go for it. I said, do you mind if I take the name back? I handed him $1. So that's how the website, that's how the YouTube channel got started some almost 10 years ago. But, you know, this was my heyday from 1998 to 2007. I ended officially the site in 2007. 2006 was my last E3. And the only other one that I missed was 2002, and that's because it was in May. We were getting married. We got married on Memorial Day weekend. And it was the only time that my wife said, "I'm not going to tell you not to go. I know this is your big thing every year. I'm just afraid you're going to get stuck in LA the week before our wedding." And my father, who was in the room at the time, looked at me and said, which means you're not going. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. So I sent a contingent of people to E3 that year. I stayed back and, got all the press releases that got emailed and went out to all the portal sites, and I basically did all the up-to-date news writing of that week, and that was the only other year that I didn't go. So all right, it is 1:15. Holy crap. So we're not really going to get to talk about the Halo rumor, but and I'll tell you what, to be perfectly honest, that crap came from Jason Schreier. I am not going to talk about it until there's concrete, because I don't trust that man as far as I can bowl him. He was, dude's a weasel. He gives journalists a bad name, and I would say probably 60% of what he said is probably utter BS. The other probably came from, Kiki Wolfkill updated her LinkedIn that she's no longer at 343. She's working as Microsoft's IP expansion, person. Bonnie Ross left. Joe Staten is now working somewhere else. So I thoroughly believe that 343 is getting remade, but half the other crap that he said, I don't believe. I don't believe for a minute that they're just ditching their engine to go to Unreal. That would be a monumental failure. So until somebody tells me, yep, that's what's happening from Microsoft, I don't know that I don't even know that I want to entertain this right now. What about you guys?
Not talking about it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, I haven't done my research on it, and I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about it at all.
Unless I search it and see what's going on.
I'm just not big on rumor.
Me neither.
And here's the thing: is it going to be everything, or is it just going to be the battle royale that's being rumored?
Oh, I
That's
think they might cancel that.
Who knows?
I really think they might cancel that. But that's my opinion.
We'll find. Time will tell.
Yeah, we'll see. But
either way, Halo ain't going anywhere. It's just taking a break. It just might be taking a break.
Look, if there's no doubt that they're going to retool the studio, because the top people literally are gone. Like that's tangible. That's fact. What they do from there is what I don't know. You're right.
They need somebody like a Steve Ballmer to come and put their foot down and take charge. They do. They need to get away with this laxical idea that they have. And I'm not trying to say work people hardcore to death, but they need someone that can come in with a game plan to get this company in order.
You know who that's supposed to be, though? Where in the hell, and I'll leave it at this, but I want you guys, answer to this, but where the hell is Matt Booty? That's his job. He is head of Xbox Game Studios. Phil is head of Xbox. Matt is the guy Phil was, who was Shane Kim before Phil. Where is Matt Booty? Are they getting too big for him to control? Have they gone so big with acquisitions that he's got to oversee Bethesda and ZeniMax and oversee and work with Todd Howard? Is he?
Well, he shouldn't have to, right? Because that's not Microsoft Studios. The Bethesda, ZeniMax people.
Right. They're not. Xbox Game Studios only puts their logo on the games, but I was just talking about this on Twitter today with somebody in a debate over...
Maybe he's like that Phil Harrison. He should stay away.
I don't understand.
Project Dark is not done? What the hell is that?
It's like you don't have this. It's like you don't have this stepping ladder in the company. Top guy says it. The guy underneath it gets it, and he relays it to the other people that's in charge, and then they relay it to their employees. It's like you don't have a step ladder, and it's all over the place with these companies and acquisitions that you're trying to work with. That's the problem. You need to get some organization in the ladder from the top to the bottom, and it seems like they don't have it. That's their problem. Every job you go to, there's a step ladder. The boss tells the people underneath them. They tell the bosses underneath them. They handle the lower people. Then they tell their supervisors the supervisors tell the employees underneath them, and they have to get it done. There is no procrastination. That's the problem. Going ladder up to the bottom. That's their problem.
I can't. That's.
No.
Go ahead, please.
No, I wasn't saying anything. I was looking at the wrong screen. Yeah.
You think I'm right with that, Hams?
That's hard to argue.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say.
It's hard to argue that. Yeah.
Well, you don't know what happens to the communication. I mean, maybe from the bottom up, they tell like, yeah, we're this far done, and then it's not done or whatever. Who knows?
Then I would be getting on these. I would be getting on these people as the top would be getting on their ass to the next level, the next level, and the next level, and the next level.
Maybe they did. That's why some people are now gone.
That might, that's also a very good point, Peter. Maybe that's why 343 is in the position they're in.
But they took too long to do that. That's their fault in management.
That is a valid point, but
the damage is already done, Myke.
I don't think it's too late for Halo. Halo ain't going anywhere. It might retool.
No, it's not.
It might retool. It might take a hiatus. You may. I mean, Peter is. If Chris was here, Chris would be fighting Peter and me tonight. Perfect
but it's not
Dark.
Just 343.
No, it's
the
not.
Other people
Perfect.
Underneath
Right.
their umbrella.
The initiative. I talked about this 6 months ago. The initiative is in disarray. They lost half their people. They had to bring in Crystal Dynamics to help them, and we don't even know if Crystal Dynamics is even. Now I don't know where the hell Crystal Dynamics even is, because if you saw that,
they don't have to do. They're not developing Tomb Raider.
Yes,
they are.
Yeah, according to that picture. Remember that picture?
Yeah, they're
let me
developing that first, actually.
Yeah. So if they're
So now they're
developing
developing
that
that
first,
for Amazon.
right?
Now it's going to be on all consoles. Amazon.
No.
Money.
But what he's saying is that that Amazon bought Tomb Raider, and so now I think because when they put that picture up with Crystal Dynamics in it. I think they might have bought Crystal Dynamics as part of that franchise.
They only bought the Tomb Raider IP. Right.
So
Epic. I mean, what you call it?
Embracer
still has Crystal Dynamics.
Okay. All right. So.
It's possible they still develop the game for Amazon.
Right. They're gonna because they're
on all consoles. They want the money.
Oh, absolutely. I don't doubt that. When they showed the picture of Tomb Raider, it showed Amazon Games and Crystal Dynamics. So that was the only reason that I thought maybe to pay $600 million.
It said developed by Crystal Dynamics. On it.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah, the picture basically. I've got a picture here. Hang on. This is what the picture looks like. It just says games, Amazon Games, Crystal Dynamics. So it was a little fuzzy as to whether or not they for $600 million if they had, because remember they got Crystal Dynamics for $300 million in that deal with Square.
Yeah.
So.
No, the Embracer Group got Crystal Dynamics for
correct. Right.
But,
and what I'm saying is that
Embracer gave them $600 million for the rights to Tomb Raider forever.
Right. I know. What I'm saying is it wasn't clear whether or not they had also gotten If they had also gotten Crystal Dynamics as part of that, like Embracer got Crystal Dynamics when they bought it from Square. So that was...
See, now Square thinks like, dang it, we could have gotten just 600 mil for.
Right.
Like I said in my rant, they lost money on that one.
Yes, they did.
And all they did was sell Tomb Raider.
It's possible they needed money fast.
Yeah.
They didn't have time to shop around.
Look at where they at now, man. Look at where they at now.
Yeah.
But that is what it was.
But getting back to let me turn off this mic E3 done topic. Getting back to Microsoft though, Crystal Dynamics was brought in to work on Perfect Dark because the initiative started losing top people.
Because all they do is drink at the studio. Their first videos, all you see for the past few months in the beginning, all them having alcohol and drinking and having a good time. I never really seen anybody at work behind the desk showing anything.
What they showed
I mean, they're just more on a higher level though.
Yeah.
They don't have anybody like doing the grunt work.
Right. So they brought in Crystal
That's
Dynamics.
why Crystal Dynamics comes into play.
Yeah.
And they lost half of their folks that were working on design and story and whatnot. So
maybe that's done. I just need to have putting it all together and implementing it. Who knows? I don't know.
It'll come out.
I don't either. It's well, yeah, but at some point when it comes out is not enough. When you showed it, this is
once again, Microsoft is not managing expectations.
Yeah.
They showed it way too early.
They
for
showed
something
it
that who knows might get canceled.
Right. Exactly, and then what? I mean, it was shown.
Break up the initiative, dissolve that company if it gets canceled.
At least they showed less than Scalebound. Because Scalebound was actually gameplay.
Yeah, they showed right.
I like the I like the gameplay in Scalebound. But we need to talk about that.
I did too. They showed that off in 2020 with just a trailer, and in 2 years we haven't heard jack squat about it. And that's the problem, is that you don't hear Compulsion. Where's Compulsion's next game?
Well, no, you cannot say where's the next game because they show it and they show it too early, and you'll be all upset. Who cares what they're working on? Okay.
Well,
just wait. But then don't show me something, and then it's like still don't know when it's coming out.
I want them to prove themselves with the big ones that they talked about for the 12 months first before I believe anything that they say right now.
Well, I got a feeling you're going to get disappointed with Forza and Starfield, so there's that.
Yeah, I believe you, but we'll have to see.
No. Embracer Group also acquired limited run games last year, right? That's right.
That's the one thing I'll give Sony. When they say a game is coming out, it's coming out.
That's some delays too. So.
I was gonna say Gran Turismo and what was that game from
God
the
of War
Japan
was
Studios?
delayed.
God of War was
least
delayed.
They let you know.
The Last Guardian.
Let us know anything.
The Last Guardian was a game that was developed for like 7 years of that.
I know.
There's
but my
so
problem
much.
is, Mike, they're not letting us know anything. They're keeping us all in the dark, man.
And that's a big problem. Where's the Valve?
They say it's perfect dark. That's what it is.
Perfectly dark.
It's
I see
perfectly dark.
It's like bed.
Oh,
yeah, I know. I kept saying we were going to get this. We would keep this short, and then 20 minutes later. All right. Let me go ahead and get us out of here because you guys have been more than generous with your time.
We got you, bro.
And
yeah,
Ham,
absolutely.
I just caught my Twitter feed, man. You didn't have to post that. Thank you, brother. That means a lot. You're an excellent you're an excellent guy, great content creator, very positive. You are what this community needs. So it's more than a pleasure to get people to get you visibility. That's more than a pleasure. So
man, I appreciate it a ton, man. It's insane to me, like just the power of just the right attitude and just mixed with the right people is just it's a great feeling.
Put a pin in that thought, because I got some ideas. I got a couple other thoughts.
We gotta have Hams there for our show.
Oh,
we gotta have him there for the show we want to do.
Yeah, definitely. I got some other thoughts. Our good mutual brother Lemon has talked to me a little bit. To be
talked to
continued.
Lemon about the idea. Lemon's a good
not
person
about our idea, but that's something else.
But he is a good person to have there for that topic.
So, well, maybe we make something out of that. We'll get that going. But in the meantime, it was an absolute pleasure to have you on tonight. I'm glad. It was great to hear your story. I love. Peter will tell you, if Chris is here, he'll tell you, is one of my favorite things is to hear somebody else's story. Everybody, people have, I've been on other shows and people have asked me my history. I love talking about gaming history and stuff like that. And it gives me great joy to hear other people's stories. So thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you for, for being here tonight to talk gaming with us. It won't be the last. I promise you that. And
just let me know.
Absolutely.
I'm down, man. I mean, you did me a great service, and not only did you do me a great service, but even before I came onto the show, like just everything that Lemon said about you, and then when I come to watch your streams, I watch your show, I watch this show, it's just authentic. So I appreciate not only being here with you today, but I also appreciate being a fan of yours.
Well, gaming family. How about that? We're not big. We're not big. We're not big on the word fan and viewer and stuff. We like family. We're all part of this.
Well, it's
family.
all about family for me, especially since I'm an ARC lover, and here comes Vin Diesel. So it's all about family for me, absolutely.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So I posted it in the chat a couple times, and it's in the description, but for people watching, where can they grab you and give that shout out one more time to I'm make sure they said we said. I keep, for some reason I can't, the letters don't line up for me right. So I wanted to make sure I said it correctly.
Yep.
So.
TSWS Gaming. That's where you guys can find me, like at least like 4 to 5 days a week. I'm making content on that channel. So go check that out. If you haven't already, I've already had a bunch of love from a lot of you guys in the chat, and those of you that may not be in the chat as well. You guys gave me like 13 or like 14 followers, or not followers,
awesome.
But subscribers tonight. So that was awesome. And if any of you guys are left and you guys definitely want to go check out my channel, please go check it out, TSWS Gaming. And you definitely won't want to miss this Thursday's episode that I'm having with the great and the man, the myth, the legend himself, Seamus Blackley, the creator of Xbox, will be joining me for an episode of Behind Them Sticks. I'm going to talk about his gaming history, ask him some fun questions, and I hope to get the chat involved as well. So hopefully you guys have time in your day, and hopefully the panel here has some time, whether it's during the show live or after it's already been done. Go check it out and enjoy yourself and learn a little bit more about, where these people come from, whether it's a big person like Seamus Blackley or a small content creator that's just trying to get on their feet. I talk to all sorts of gamers all over the world, with all different kinds of clout. So it just doesn't matter. I'm just here for the absolute love for gaming. I enjoy it, and I cannot wait to get Myke on the show because he's got to come on soon.
Come on, if he can talk to me on this show, you guys can watch his show.
That's a fact.
Because I did not have a camera that day, and we got to do a part 2 with me with a camera. We talked.
Yeah, I was salty about that.
I couldn't help it. I don't know what was going on with Discord, man. I don't know. It happens.
Well, I know it'll be a pleasure. We'll get that squared away. I got a couple things going on the next few Thursdays, at my synagogue and my music and stuff. But once I get through mid-February, my Thursdays will open up.
That sounds good, man. Just let me know, and I'm down to have you on. It'll be a great show, and I can't wait to hear some of the wild things that you played. And I definitely can't wait to hear about the history because, I mean, you posted up some of it today about some of the past E3s and stuff like that. So I'm sure that's just the tip of the iceberg for you. So I cannot wait to just break everything down with you, and then afterwards break bread.
That works for me. That works for me. And Brother X, man,
Yes.
I tell you what, man, you and I have gotten very, pretty close pretty fast, and I love it. You always,
just like you, I always respect someone that preaches the truth, and I think you do the same thing.
No, we're cut a lot of from the same cloth too, and it makes it easy. We've talked games. We started talking games just quick.
What show were we on when we discovered this connection?
We were both on.
Was
GAD.
it on Boom's channel?
We were on Gaming After Dark when I first met you.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I forgot what show it was.
It was Gaming After Dark.
So many different shows. So yeah,
we were all filling in because it was one of those nights Drago couldn't make it. Yeah, I think it was you.
Yeah, Noof needed help. Yeah,
it was you, me, and I think it was Paul that night too. So,
yeah, because what's his name? The old what's his name? Old gamer.
Wise old gamer.
Didn't show. Wise old gamer couldn't make it.
Right. So, and so we've bonded over gaming very quickly, and I'll always love that. So, how about letting everybody know where they can find you?
Just like it's spelled here, Sir X-Man on Xbox, Sir X-Man on Twitter, and whenever I do decide to stream something, Sir X-Man 1 on Twitch, and it's Sir X-Man on YouTube whenever I decide to do something with that channel. That's about it. I think I got the 2017 or 18 E3 on there. Me and some of my friends. That's about it.
Nice.
I just like to pop into people's podcasts and state my opinion pretty much. That's it.
No, that's great. Of course, this won't be the last time we get you on here. You guys are both, open invite. That's how we work. That's how we work all of our guests and anybody who comes on and hangs with us. All you have to do is say, like you did actually said, hey, I'm off tonight. There's a couple of folks that we do that with everybody, and there are actually some folks that honest to goodness, take us up on it. Dreadpool's another one. He'll be like, hey, this is when I'm off. I'm coming on.
Dreadpool.
And he basically self-books himself on our show. So but we love it, and that's
and you can catch me on I'll probably be there on GRG on Friday since I can't do nothing else because my foot is injured. So, and
I'm there too.
Yeah, and maybe I'll join the next podcast with Xbot 448 on Thursday.
There you go.
That's about it. Or maybe I'll join Boom this week.
All right. Oh, on Good Morning Xbox.
Huh?
On Good Morning Xbox?
I don't know which one yet.
Well, he only has that one at the moment.
No, he got one for tonight too.
Not anymore. He does game stream because he was in the chat. He does game streaming on Tuesday nights.
Wednesday night? Oh, Wednesday night. No, he does something else.
Does he something on Wednesday?
Boomstick has a show every
I'm
Wednesday
sorry.
night.
I'm sorry. I got you. I got that. I got him and Noof.
Noof has Sunday right
now. Right. You said boom, and I went right to boom, boom, kaboom. No, no, I can't tell, dude. When is Boomstick not? When does he not have a show? That man is.
His wife.
He's one of the him and Mav are the two busiest guys I know. So, I've had the pleasure of being on Primetime Gaming, and Boom's a good guy. Trying to work. He's one of the next ones I got to work in to get on here.
I'm sure get Boom.
Yeah, but Boom, we've talked about it.
On East Coast, so it works.
Yes, we've talked about it. So,
yeah.
And then Peter, of course, where can they find you?
Well, every Tuesday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, on Xbox you can find me HDK, PlayStation HDK 360, Twitter HDK 360, and that's probably about it. And just an announcement: next Tuesday before the show, I might stream an hour of Hogwarts Legacy.
There we go.
Right here on this
Oh boy, here we go.
The warm up show. There we go. The warm up. Oh,
so.
I should have announced this at the beginning, but the Gamers United Guild Awards are coming up. We're doing our own. Eat your heart out, Keely. We're picking games from December too. We've got we voted, we've nominated, and we're ready to go. Axel1324 and I are working out the details of who's going to have it. Most likely we're going to announce one or two of our categories, and if nobody else wants to announce categories on their respective shows, we will just go ahead and do the whole damn thing. So upcoming information on that will be upcoming on likely our NLG Twitter, which is OG_NL Gaming, my Twitter, which is NLG Mullis, and of course you could also find me on Xbox at Stinger, Stinger NLG, on PlayStation at the original G, and nowhere anywhere close to the Switch because I don't have one and don't play one. Then I'm here on the NLG channel, either here Tuesday nights at 9:30 or like you, Ham, when I decide, hey, I want to stream something tonight and just throw a pop-up stream up. That's when you'll catch me. So. Yeah. All right, don't forget about the rest of our Gamers United Guild. All of their channels are down below in the description. Tomorrow, got Go Game Go and Spooky, the Backlog Bastards with Spooky and Charlie Hustle. And great time there. And at 9:30 tomorrow night with Retro Advisory Board, who is still in the chat hanging out, and Geeks with Cash and DJC Game Studios. Amico Forever. On Thursday is Four Guys for GQTV. Sorry for the slip there, clowns. For GQTV is on Thursdays. On Fridays is the Iconic Video Games Podcast with Axel1324 Doggy Dog and our new kind of proxy member of the GUG, who we've officially inducted into the group, Princess Zelda. On Saturday morning is the Evercast with Rich and Pete and his team. Saturday night, the Dragon's Den with Brother Lemon, the right hand of Zeus, 108 Dragons TV. Always a great time. Sunday night, TXR, the Xbox Roundtable with Brother Invader Centurion and his team as well. Monday nights is Astro Smashed. We also have Trinity, who's probably still streaming now. Trinity, who is Spooky's fiance, she streams Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursday nights. And then Retro Renegades Tuesday night at 7, leading up to us again at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for another NLG show. I am out of breath. Thank you, everybody. It's been an awesome night. 4 hours and 12 minutes. Sorry, Peter. Sorry, guys.
No longer than the other shows me and Hams do.
Yep. So, oh my goodness. All right. Good night, everyone. Have a great week. Pick up a controller. Get some gaming in. We'll see you soon. Play on, gamers.
Be safe.